We are alive. Oh, there's the Undertaker, Kenny's most hated wrestler ever.
That guy. Oh,
Good.
that reminds me. Maybe it's a 10th inning thing.
I did some shuffling, by the way. I don't know if you saw that.
I saw it.
I needed that. I needed the Joey Bart play.
That was sick.
Oh my God, that was incredible. You'd be proud of me too. I was watching.
You were.
What else was I going to do?
Good game.
Oh no, it was very good. That's what kept me watching. Plus, it was the really Padres. I was like, I'll watch this. Boys. This is good stuff. But I popped for that throw. Well, I popped for it, but then it was a letdown because he called him safe.
Right.
So I was like, oh, all right.
But no. Go look at that.
Look at that. That was legit.
Yeah. The Grand Slam. They had another kid? The kid with the Grand Slam was pretty big too. That was a bomb too. Right center. Way out of here.
Oh, Dr. David, we're with you, homie. Hang in there, bro. We're with you, homie. We got you. We got you.
Sir. Yes, sir.
We got you, bro. Hang in there. Oh, Burnt Pizza Boy. What's up, guys? Hey, all right, Tim. Congratulations, man.
Hey, man. Come on.
Congratulations.
Well, this isn't air horns.
No, please. No.
That deserves air horns.
Yeah, congratulations, Tim. Let me get my fan real quick.
So I turned it after the Grand Slam. They opened it up even more. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Did that go past the scoreboard? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Damn. Yeah, those kids in Hawaii, they just looked a little different yesterday.
Well, yeah, they was probably pissed off because they kept getting hit.
Damn, that was.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I had turned it off by that point.
Goodness gracious.
My goodness, man.
Ooh. Sherilyn B. Moore was good.
It's all right, Rockland. Y'all make a comeback.
Yeah, it still ain't dead. He's still here.
Still a losers bracket. Strong. It's a once defeated bracket. Y'all got it.
Is.
Y'all got it. What's good, baby? Appreciate you being here on this Tuesday, August 9th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me!
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Hey, watch your mouth, woman!
And we are so happy that you are here with us. Eric Crocker going to be with us coming up at the top of the 1 o'clock hour, man. Crocky going to be with us a lot this football season, so we're excited to talk to him.
Best in the game right now, hands down.
He's
football.
We're probably gonna lose him to one of the big boys at some point, like because he's really, really good. Yeah. I really enjoy listening to him over on the Locked 49ers podcast, Locked On 49ers podcast. So he's going to be with us coming up at 1 o'clock. Another day, another signing. Kings
this one surprised the hell out of me.
Kings just loading up. Kings sign Quin Cook to a contract. So I mean, I guess what we're looking at here, Kings they could sign me and you if they wanted to contracts to come in. I mean, I personally think they should too. Unlike you, I'll play defense. It won't be good, but I'll play defense. Like we might make a whole player if we get out there. You just work the offensive end. I'll work the defensive end. We might be able to accomplish a little more than we would if we were individuals. But I like this though, because I liked Quin Cook out of the gate. I still I was still advocating for Isaiah Thomas. I thought it would work, but now it feels like, we got like a training camp battle coming up. Like we've got like a legit training camp battle coming up where it's Quin Cook and because I don't see a situation where Quin Cook and Matthew Dellavedova both make the roster.
No, that'd be craziness.
Yeah, craziness is a word for it. I would have used a different one, but that's fine. Craziness works. It's starting to as you start to shape this, and maybe this is Monty said there was more to be done to improve the team. Maybe this is what he was talking about. It feels like Akpala and Monecki now is a one or the other rather than a both. Just like Quin Cook, Matthew Dellavedova is a one or the other rather than a both. Which
makes sense to me. You don't need both of those guys, both sets of those guys on the team when you're talking about fielding a roster of bona fide NBA players.
Yeah,
like you don't. So I understand you bring them both into camp. You let them battle it out to see who gets that final spot. And you move on with the rest of your roster being, no disrespect to these guys, but being legit NBA guys right now. Right now, you don't really have room or time to experiment with such the stakes being so high.
And we'll talk about we mentioned yesterday that ESPN came out with their Eastern Conference preview. They did in fact come out with their Western Conference preview today. It's not particularly surprising. Like I don't think as much as people will praise Keegan Murray and praise the moves that the Kings made this offseason, I think when push comes to shove, very few are willing to put an increase on their record total, on their win total. So we'll talk about what ESPN said. Why I don't think it's terribly unfair. They actually said a lot of complimentary things about the Sacramento Kings. They just made it clear in their predictions that we're going to say these nice things about him because we really do like Keegan Murray, and we do think some of the things that Monty McNair did were good, but we're not buying it, and we're not going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe.
Yeah,
you're not going to get us again. So we'll talk about that coming up because you talk about how high the stakes are, and this might be splitting hairs at this point. I feel like Quin Cook can contribute more than Delly can at this point on the floor. I think Matthew Dellavedova does offer a lot. And I think probably one of the areas where he'll really excel with this group is the stuff he can do when he's not on the court.
Right.
Which will be a lot, whether you're Quin Cook or Matthew Dellavedova. It's going to be a lot of time that you're not on the floor. You're going to be talking to De'Aaron and Davion and some of these different guys. Like you're going to be doing that a lot. And you can see the game a certain way. But I kind of feel like Quin Cook can too. And Cook is a little, I mean, he's 29. He's younger than Matthew Dellavedova, and he was with Stockton for a little bit last year. I recognize it's probably splitting hairs at this point, but I think Cook might be able to contribute a little bit more.
I personally like Quin Cook a little bit better. I think he's at a better point in his career as a professional. I'm talking about age and where his body is and everything, where, he can contribute in a bit of a pinch. Like if you need him because of foul trouble or somebody's down for a week or so, I think he's ready to contribute and give you quality minutes and quality production a little bit more than Delly. But that's just the way I see it, on between those two. That doesn't mean that's what it is. That doesn't mean Delly doesn't have something left in the tank. He quite possibly can. Plus, he's a guy that got it out the mud, for a lack of a better term. Like Delly is a grinder. He gets after it. Not saying Quin Cook isn't, but you know what I mean? There's just an element of Dellavedova's game where it's just like
he went to the hospital
right now. Yeah, he needed the IV.
He got the IV. Yeah.
Quin Cook ain't never need the IV.
Quin Cook ain't never been called the step stopper. Just saying.
So I think there's pluses and minuses to both of them, but my personal preference, I like a guy like Quin Cook who can shoot the rock, who can contribute, a 9-point performance on 3 threes, kind of effortlessly.
This is a deep cut, Jesse, but did you see the tweet that you just posted? Why do Kenny and I look like that?
Wait,
what has happened to like our Odyssey? We look like it's a weird. It's the photoshopped picture of us, but it's like totally stretched out. It's like I don't want to retweet that. Like that's terrible. What? Come on. Like, man, like Odyssey, why you got us looking like this? And I want to take
a new picture, by the way.
Well, that's pre-Invisalign Kenny right there.
That was Gap Kenny. Gap Kenny is gone.
Gap Kenny.
I want to take a new picture.
That is terrible. Nobody wants this on their timelines. This is awful. I apologize to everybody who follows the D-Lo and KC and ESPN 1320 and Damian Barling and Kenny Caraway accounts. We look ridiculous. Come on, Odyssey, help a brother out. Like, what are we doing? We're the second biggest audio company on the planet. Can we get a decent picture of us here on this?
Can we get some respect? Hey, we're going to step into the new studios one time, and we're just going to step through the doors and be like,
put some respect on my name. You understand me? When y'all saying my name, put some respect on.
Matter of fact, we're going to go into the new studio like Birdman, just sitting there.
Wait till Studio Fit starts over on Instagram, boy. We're gonna shut it down. We're gonna have account executives looking at us sideways, like, yo, how much y'all making? Oh, that's what we're doing.
And y'all asking us for new endorsements.
Yeah, they ain't gonna be.
Oh man, I'm so mad. I caught the sneaker pass today. And actually, I take that back. I ain't even gonna lie to you guys. I'm not gonna put you on to this. I had a little birdie in my head, not in my head, but little birdie came on and was like, "Hey, sneakers pass."
Ooh.
And I go to the app. They're like, in 10 minutes, the Jackie Robinson dunks will be available.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, all right, cool. Completely forgot about it.
I
would have been in there.
I retired. I'm out the game.
I'm gonna tell you who the little birdie is. I'm gonna send you and Jesse who the little birdie is. But look, man, I'm not no hater, but I can't be telling everybody who the little birdie is.
Hey, I'm out the game though, so it don't matter. It don't matter. I can't do it anymore. I got what I needed a couple weeks ago, and I've hung them up.
Did you ever? Woo.
I'm out the game.
Whew. That boy, dang, Jesus, goodness gracious. What y'all want me to do now, huh? It's all messed up.
I'm gonna put that on the board too. Especially when we get it. It's all now. What am I gonna do now, huh? We'll probably get a copyright violation from Bad Boy. Like, hey, you're not allowed to use that, sir.
We'll just have Puffy on the show.
We're working on it. By the way, Corners of the Culture allegedly going to drop on Thursday. That's a whole other story, but it's supposed to. Only gave everybody a month and a half notice to get this ready. But yep, here we are 2 days before, still waiting for the feed. I'm like, yo, I'm Tyrese. What more do you want from me? Like,
what more do you want from me?
It was one of those things where, like, you know how people hit you with the per my last email when you're in the office and someone pissed you off? I got so agitated this morning. I told you, like, I can get frustrated out of nowhere. And like, I got up and I started, I was going through my normal routine. Everything was fine. And I started thinking about this podcast. Like, it's Tuesday. Like, podcast supposed to drop Thursday. This feed's not live. We got a trailer and everything. There's like a 5-minute like little trailer that's supposed to be out there for you to hear. Thank you. Can we get a preview? You're supposed to. You are supposed to, in fact, have a preview.
Trailer's
not posted.
Yeah.
And then I started training, and I know my numbers. When I get 5 minutes in, I know what I'm supposed to look like. 10 minutes in, 15, and I can't get there. Now I'm mad. Like, now it all just collapses, and I'm angry. Something broke. I ain't gonna say what. I will. I wear these old Beats. I just like I hit a wall today where I was furious. I did.
Oh, come on, man.
Because I wasn't. I just everything was failing. Everything was failing, and I got off the treadmill. I'm barely sweating. Like I'm just furious, and now I'm mad at someone in San Francisco. And I grab these things and I throw them against the wall. And the wall, it's a garage. It's concrete. They shatter into a million pieces.
Back.
So they're gone.
Back from that.
They're gone. They're gone. So I put the gloves on and I beat the hell out of the bag for about 7 minutes.
You should have done that first until you blew the headphones up to smithereens.
Well, where were you at 5 o'clock this morning when I threw my headphones across the garage?
I was in my REM sleep. I was heavy into my REM sleep.
Yeah. Bad morning at the gym, man. Bad morning at the gym. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll regroup. And now we got this picture of us floating around on the internet now. For God's sakes, man.
I retweeted it.
Well, we got to because we need y'all to listen, but we're not proud of that. We'll come back. The Athletic wrote about Fred Katz, a writer I've always enjoyed, wrote about different trade packages for Donovan Mitchell and how the Knicks can beat all of them. He included Sacramento in that. And we got to talk about it. So let's do that. And we will when we return here on ESPN 1320. I got you. Okay.
Yeah,
yep,
they
ain't following that.
On.
Mm-mm.
They was like, matter of fact, all they did was they tweeted out a little GIF of JR. I was like, oh,
very nice.
Okay,
very nice.
And I go there. It's like, yeah, in 10 minutes it's gonna be open, and I forgot all about it. Damn it.
I'm tired. I forgot. I remember originally seeing them, but I don't remember what they. Oh man.
Brian Cruz.
Oh man.
This is wild right here. Did you see this?
I saw you. Yeah, I saw you. I saw it from you. Yeah.
I don't know. Oh man.
Man, I might have to come out of retirement.
I'm telling you, they just let you know. They're like, hey,
that is nice.
Go do this.
Forgot. But you know which ones I still I'm retired. But which ones I still really want, and the only reason I didn't get them is because someone, I got them Travis Scott joints, the high top blue ones, is the Union. I don't have a single pair of Unions. And I know everyone likes the black with the red and I think it's yellow or gold. I like the blue ones.
I like them both. I like them both. Both of them are
these Jackie Robinson joints are nice.
Yeah, I'm kind of upset.
About to send a fax that says I'm back. I'm back. I'm wearing 45, but I'm back. Oh, Marshawn, no. Marshawn got a DUI. Come on, man.
Oh no.
In Las Vegas.
Damn, Marshawn.
It's 7:25 in the morning.
Oh no. That could have gone really bad.
It's amazing to me. This is just the next story on the thing. That's why I bring it up. It's amazing to me that they won't indict that white woman who lied about Emmett Till. Like, just got away with it, huh? Just resulted in the death of a 14-year-old and
they
nothing.
Just keep it moving.
Let her ass die in jail. And you can kiss my ass. I ain't seeing that movie. Ain't gonna be me. I ain't seeing that.
So there's like, I talked to a lot of people who are like, we're not watching those movies no more.
Mm.
And there's a generation that is, and I understand this. It's a little different generation. It's like Sean O. Grove's age. And they're like, oh, this came out. Like, we got to go see it. 12 Years a Slave came out. We got to go see it. There's like another generation, like, bro, no, not seeing those movies. Like, that's a bit of a mind trick. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop putting out these movies. Yeah. We're not supporting it.
Yeah.
Like, stop. We know what happened. You're trying to keep us there.
Yeah.
So
the one potentially, and I guess we'll find out soon, positive is you can't make movies no more. We already saw the shit. We saw it live.
Mm-hmm.
There's video everywhere. We don't need you to film it.
Right.
We don't need Ava DuVernay's take on this.
Right.
With all due respect, love her but I don't need that. Mm-hmm. I saw the video when it came out. It was grainy, but I saw it. Like, I'm hoping we move away from this. I hope people really don't go see that movie and this shit just starts to stop.
Yeah.
Because I saw that. I was like, is this real? Kind of felt like there had been a reason this movie hadn't been made. Live on the Odyssey app as well, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We even tipped over to Facebook today if you want to check us out there.
Facebook. Shout out to my people on Facebook. Even though I never say hi on Facebook, let me say hi right now.
Vincent, Ezra, and Matt all check this out at some point because they hit the thumbs up over there on Facebook. Wherever you are, we appreciate you.
Thank you.
You can hit the thumbs up on Facebook. You can hit the thumbs up on YouTube. You can hit the subscribe buttons. You can hit the follow buttons over there. On Twitch.
Hey, we were talking about it earlier in a private conversation, but I'm glad it just wasn't me yesterday that got choke slammed by allergies.
Yeah,
my God.
I laughed a little bit. Normally, Jason Jones joins us on Tuesdays, and we were in our group chat earlier, and he's like, yeah, just warning, like I got beat up pretty bad by allergies yesterday. I was like, word. Okay.
Beat the brakes off me yesterday. And like I said in the text, it was so bad. As soon as the show was over, I went and took a COVID test. Like immediately. I was like, nah, this ain't allergies. I'm coming to see you, Elizabeth. I'm coming to see you.
I'm coming home. This is the big one.
This is all bad. But it was negative. And I took some Mucinex and that.
You sound a lot better today.
Yeah,
it like your levels of sounding like hell like escalated as the show went along. Like 12, it was like, oh, my partner sounded a little. 1 o'clock, it was like, oh man. By 3, you were like, man, why don't you leave? You about to get me sick. You about to get me sick through this camera. Like something wrong with you.
You missed it. Jesse saw it. I kind of couldn't even finish the 13th round. Got me in the middle of the 13th round. I said, just cut it off. We're not doing it today.
They got you. Was it when James was here? I feel like because I feel like you cut off, and I'm talking to James, and I kind of look over and just hush, because Kenny's one of those dudes. Kenny doesn't sneeze once. Kenny, like if Kenny starts sneezing, you just we just gotta wait it out because it could be a minute.
I'm sitting there like, what the hell is this? This is just crazy. But yeah, shout out to Mucinex. I did that. First of all, the sinus headache is just that's the worst.
Yeah, that's tough.
And Mucinex did all that, and I'm back. I'm back, baby.
Back. All right. Well, as long as you feel good, man, I'll feel great. So Kevin Durant is a topic of conversation in the NBA, and we'll get to that later. But let's not forget about the Utah Jazz blowing up their entire basketball team. And while Donovan Mitchell hasn't asked for a trade, he is certainly the center of a lot of trade discussions, as it appears clear that Utah is going in a new direction. Now, The Athletic, Fred Katz wrote about different team, Charlotte, Washington, Atlanta, a couple other teams, packages, and of course the Knicks that they could put together. And then for every package that wasn't the New York Knicks, they explained, well, here's why the Knicks can beat that. Here's why the Knicks can put together a better package than Charlotte or Washington or Atlanta or Sacramento. And the trade proposal for Donovan Mitchell from the Sacramento Kings, he calls it the Kings all-in package. And it's definitely all in because it's Harrison Barnes, which kind of easy at this point, par for the course. Keegan Murray and Davion Mitchell.
Yeah.
So the idea is, and then you're also giving up your 2027 first, your 2028 first, and you're doing a pick swap in 2029. None of those picks are protected. So it leaves you with De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis. Now you've got Donovan Mitchell coming in and Rashawn. You still got Monk. You still got Herter. You're building around that. But Harrison, Keegan, and Davion would be out. His breakdown of this about 2 months ago, the Kings could have offered more for Mitchell, but they hampered themselves with the Kevin Herter trade, flipping a 2024 first-rounder to Atlanta and protecting it through 2026. But despite including only one first-round pick, this is a legitimate offer. The wonder is, would Sacramento propose it? And then he goes into explain why he put Keegan Murray in it, mentioning there were talks that the Kings were interested in moving the number 4 pick before the draft. Now, the difference is the number 4 pick has a name and a resume. So you it's not a number anymore. Prior it was a number. Now it's a name with a resume. And
that's the X factor right there.
It certainly is with this fan base. It's going to feel a lot different. What do you think?
First of all, what you said about the draft pick, that's 100% spot on. I was the main one saying, move it, trade it for a vet, move down and all this other stuff. Maybe not trade completely out of it, but if Donovan Mitchell was on the board going into the draft, I absolutely would have said, yeah, move the 4 for Donovan Mitchell and not get anything in return, not get like a pick in return, not a pick swap. Now, like you said, it has a name. We've seen that name perform at a high level, whether it was just Summer League or California Classic or whatever. We see the potential in it. And this is almost like what I tell people when it comes to Fox and Halliburton, right? And how that went down. It was like people were all like, oh, they didn't want Fox. Like, well, they didn't want De'Aaron Fox in that contract.
Yeah.
If De'Aaron was on the same rookie contract as Tyrese Halliburton, I think a lot of people would have took De'Aaron Fox over.
Different stages of life. That's all that was. We were in different stages of life.
So now you look at Donovan Mitchell and you talk about Keegan Murray entering his first year. And obviously Donovan is a better player right now. But it's almost like, I kind of rather just take my chances and see what I can get with Keegan Murray.
Well, I think another, underrated concern here in this idea is, and it's not weighing the players versus Donovan as much as it's, regardless of how you felt about it, you just traded Tyrese Halliburton for Domantas Sabonis. And when you have a player on a rookie contract, you have the ability, there's a greater chance than not, if you like that player, they're going to be with you for a long time. I think it was minimum seven years or so, like 8 years or 7 years before the trade request comes or something along those lines. You're going to get them into their second contract. You moved off from him, and I get why you did it for Domantas Sabonis, and it's a 2 year gamble. It's about a 2.5 year gamble. And you're going to have to let him enter free agency, and you're going to have to hope you did enough to keep him here. With Davion and Keegan, those are your other 2 picks.
Yeah.
Like if Donovan rolls, you've got nothing.
Right.
Because Davion, same thing. You've potentially got years with Davion Mitchell. Keegan Murray, you've got years, 7, 8 years with Keegan Murray. You've got what, 3 with Donovan? Okay, that's a good number, but 3 ain't 7, 3 ain't
No.
8. And if those guys, especially Keegan, if those guys are good and you wind up losing, Donovan in 3 years, man, that's tough. Like, because you've got nothing after that.
And now, maybe I'm just, playing with words or whatever the case may be, but you're essentially giving up 5 first rounders for Donovan Mitchell.
Right.
Because Mitchell is 1 year into Davion is 1 year into his career. Keegan hasn't played an NBA game yet. And then the 3 that you talk about that you're already giving up. So you're giving up 5 first rounders for Donovan Mitchell. I look, to be honest with you, I don't think the trade proposal is outrageous at all. I don't think it's not anything that I would do, but it's not outrageous. And it's not that far off. Like, I feel like it's one player too much. One player too much. I don't even want to get into which player it is. I don't know. I don't want to have that discussion. Okay. I don't want to have that discussion today, but it's one player too much. Harrison is fair. You talk about Keegan.
It's Keegan or Davion.
And Davion.
Yeah.
I can't give you both of them.
Yeah.
One of them, sure. And once again, I'm not on this show. I'm not getting into which one. Okay. I don't want that discussion at all. Because I don't know, first of all, and I don't even want to have that discussion. But yeah, I can't do both of them.
Yeah. This is where
I actually think I know which way I would go. And I don't want to talk about it.
Okay. Well, we don't have to talk about it because I honestly I don't think I like the deal at all, to be honest with you. I don't think I like it at all. But looking at, I look at the one package, the one trade package that I was like, all right, like, this team, 1, is reckless enough to do it. 2, they'd probably be happy with at least part of it is the Hawks one. You're obviously giving up an insane amount of draft capital, but you're moving on from John Collins, which is something I think you wanted to do anyway. Right. You have DeAndre Hunter out there. Like, this is, but looking at all of this and looking at this idea of the Kings trading Keegan Murray and Davion Mitchell, that's where it's like, yo, this is out of control. Like, these trade proposals are getting to be like, you're because you look at this and let's take our love for the individuals out of it, or our respect for the individuals out of it, and look at De'Aaron, Domas, Herder, Monk, Rashawn, and Donovan Mitchell. Okay, where's that getting you? What does that get you? Does that get you 40 plus? Does that get you a guaranteed playing spot? Does it get you a guaranteed playoff spot? Do you think that's a top 6 team? Do you think that's a team that was Utah last year? Like, is that how good that team is, or are they marginally better? Wild thing is, it's impossible to answer because we haven't even seen Herder and Monk yet. With this squad, with De'Aaron, with Sabonis. Like, that's an important factor in all of this. But when you start stripping away so many guys, like, we're back to the issue at the 4. We're back to the issue at the 3. Now Malik Monk and Kevin Herter are starting.
Well,
no, Donovan would start.
Right.
Monk would be off the bench. Kevin Herter would start at 3.
For argument's sake.
Rashawn would be a 4?
No,
Sabonis would be a 4
in that deal. In that deal, it would probably be like Trey Lyles. To be honest with you, you go back to Trey Lyles, but in that respect, you take all those guys off. I mean, that's still probably top. That's probably a top 4 team, like the 4 or 5th seed. The Fox, Donovan, Sabonis. That's
top
pretty,
4.
Yeah,
that's a top 4 team, and you wouldn't do the deal?
No, because you talked about the years, and
you said by any means necessary.
Yeah, they get in the playoffs. They get in the playoffs right now.
You think they could get in the playoffs right now?
Yeah.
Before? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right.
But
Just asking questions.
that team is great. And if they were able to, just for argument's sake, I'm just making an argument's sake here. If they were able to keep Keegan,
okay, that's
that would be
now I'm like, now that's different. That's different. That's a different animal right there.
They were able to keep Keegan and keep the trade the same.
Keegan would be the Tyrese centerpiece, though. He would be the guy like, no, we can build around this. Next, if this deal gets done, Keegan Murray will be the greatest power forward in history.
Right.
Next year,
it'll be team to 22 wins.
He'll get to Utah, and it'll be like, yo, Keegan Murray is Tim Duncan, not in that cool, calm demeanor. Like, no, he's better than Tim Duncan. Tim Duncan has been beaten out for the greatest power forward of all time by Keegan Murray after a year in Utah.
If the deal as presented by the Athletic, I said the ceiling is 4. I'm not guaranteeing 4. The ceiling is 4, but I think you're like, I think it's like 4 to 7. I do feel that way.
Well, that's a big difference. Like
that's
playoffs. That's playoffs to play in
right now. Or
that's playoffs to play in.
Yeah.
It feels like that's where some of these trade proposals are just, they're tough. Like they're like, you got the Hornets getting ready, like getting rid of like 7 guys on this, but I mean, I don't know that any of them are you know which one actually. Oh, you better be sure, but I do think it works. Like, yeah, it works. Is the Raptors. It's OG, Gary Trent Jr., Precious, and 23, 5, 27, 29.
Yeah, that's a good trade package right there.
I mean, you're giving up. Obviously, you're giving up 5 years of your future, but
you're good right now.
You're like that.
You're not.
That could push you a little. That could just nudge you right up there into the very because they're right. Toronto's like right on the outskirts of the upper echelon of that Eastern Conference.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, that could be the move where it's like, yo, we might need to reevaluate this top part of the Eastern Conference.
Toronto, they got a big move in them. They got a big move in them. You know, with all the assets that they have, the players that they have at the same position, like they can afford to move on from an OG and a Precious because you got Scotty Barnes there. You're getting Donovan Mitchell, so you can afford to move on from Gary Trent Jr.
Mm-hmm.
and do all this and still be good, still be straight. You got Siakam, Fred VanVleet, and then you bring in Donovan Mitchell. Or if they centered the same thing around, and Scotty Barnes, obviously, then you centered the same thing around like a possible Kevin Durant trade, like you're good. You're straight. So Toronto, if these guys are serious about making these trades, Toronto can offer probably a better trade package than anybody.
I agree. And I think they'd have the most to benefit from it.
Yep.
I think they're winning out the gate if they can pull something off. Because, I mean, they're winning now. That's the difference between Charlotte, the difference between Sacramento, Washington. Toronto's already winning.
Yeah.
They're the best team to just speak out my neck here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're the best team in this conversation right now.
Oh, for sure. For sure. I think they're better than Atlanta. You mean better right now or better after the trade?
Well, both. I meant better right now. Oh, I'm sorry. The Heat are in here. We've got a Heat all-in package. I missed this one at the top. Duncan Robinson.
That trade package weak, man.
Tyler Hero.
See, that's
Cola.
this is the Heat's Achilles heel when you talk about like a major trade package. And I know that I talked about, kind of wanting this guy here because I wanted to, he fit a need or whatever. But the more I saw him or his lack of production, or I didn't see him at all, and then you talk about the price tag, Duncan Robinson is going to have to be in any deal that they do. That's just not enough. Like Tyler Hero, if I'm, what the team is getting in return, whether you're talking about KD or whether you're talking about Utah, Tyler Hero and having to take on the rest of Duncan Robinson's contract, I can get a better deal. Man.
2 days ago? No. Let me make sure that was.
Reminds me.
Yeah, Wizards.
I feel grimy for even bringing this up because I meant to text you about this and I didn't. Although you didn't miss much. Did you see that interview with Vivek Ranadive?
Yeah, I did.
You did. It's not. There's nothing really there. Mm-hmm. You just don't ever really hear him speak anymore. So that's kind of what it is. But I thought about you because he was asked about 4-on-5, and he was like, I thought about it. I was talking to the people. I didn't really say, hey, let's do this. I agree with him.
Well, I believe him in that sense. Mm-hmm. I'm very confident he said it on camera. Now, whether he said it tongue in cheek or not, like I can't remember. I'm almost positive. Hell, Sean Cunningham probably filmed it, for God's sakes. I'm almost positive that remark was made on camera. But it wasn't like we're implementing a 4-on-5 or I'm talking to the coaches about putting. No, it wasn't that. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was on camera. But I really feel like I saw him say that.
Hey, what's, and maybe he did. Yeah, I feel like I heard about it.
I think he said it. It's just a question of what was the tone in which he brought it up with.
Well, he said it.
Oh, okay.
Like, I said it. I was talking to my guy. It wasn't like, hey, let's do this. It was just, he was like, I just, I'd spitball things all the time. Like, hey, what about this? Or what about that? Or whatever. And I, saw what the Spurs were doing and had a guy leaking out. And I was like, well, what is this? And we talked about it and that was it. It wasn't like, go do this. Mm-hmm. But one of the things I came away watching that with.
There is no shortage of articles on this subject, boy. My God. My really God, man.
Thing, like, super crazy. Like, people need to calm down. But so Vivek, how do I phrase this? My guy, Uncle V. I like Vivek. From what I know of him, I like him. He seems cool or whatever. I could see where people that are around him a lot or enough could be like, all right, whatever. Like, whatever. And I say that because he's not afraid to tell you what he's done in life. Yeah. And he's not afraid to tell you, like, I was the first to do this or I was ahead of the curve. Like, if I can let you know, like, if he is ahead, if he was the first to do something or he was kind of leading the way, he'll tell you about it and he'll remind you of it every time too. He's like, yeah, I was the first to do this. I was doing this before y'all was even thinking about it. That's the kind of guy Vivek is.
So there's no, so maybe the video doesn't exist. Maybe I heard a story with a video running on B-roll and that's what I'm thinking of. Here's a Nesson article. Report Kings to employ some semblance of wacky 4-on-5.
That's not even true.
Kings owner wants his team to try 4-on-5. And I think I found the nucleus of all of this. Zach Lowe, Grantland. That's how long ago this was. The Kings are going to be entertaining. Owner Vivek Ranadive has pitched the idea to the team's brain trust of playing 4-on-5 defense and leaving one player to cherry pick, according to multiple sources familiar with the matter.
Come on, man.
The Kings aren't actually going to do that, but their D-League team might. And it shows Ronadive is committed to pushing boundaries in his search for an offbeat brand of positionless basketball.
Oh, he also said he was the first to talk about positionless basketball. He didn't say he was the first. I take that back. But he was like, yeah, I was telling y'all about positionless basketball. Now look.
NBA 3.0. Oh, man.
And that's how it just spread like wildfire.
Oh, well, what's the Reddit thread look like?
They got to, like I said, we got to put it into that narrative. Vivek was not going to do 4-on-5 basketball.
As I said, there is no shortage of articles on this subject.
I can't believe this.
Holy crap.
That's why he don't talk to nobody no more.
Why the Sacramento Kings owner is wrong about playing 4-on-5.
This is why he don't talk to nobody no more.
Oh,
this is exactly
man.
why.
This is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Yeah. Zach Lowe is 100% the nucleus of all of this. We'll come back much more ahead. We'll continue to talk Kings basketball. Serena broke my heart this morning too. We'll dive into that.
I wasn't
Plus,
ready to talk about it.
I wasn't either, but it's here. We'll get to it today. I have my thought. I might get a little Willie Green in here talking about Serena Williams. I'm telling you.
That was coming from me, man.
Eric Crocker joins us next here on ESPN 1320. I got to run downstairs for a second. I think my juice is hang on.
Yeah, I think so. I'll check and see if Dame can shoot him. If he didn't already shoot him the link. So you don't have to tell me what happened because I'm watching it on replay. But I'm watching this Man U. Who do they play? BHA? Who's that? Are they any good, Brighton? Oh, so this start to the game is not a good look. Why is Man U playing with collars on their shirt? If I would have picked Man U and I saw that, I would have left. Now, they do have my boy Ronaldo on there, though. That's my boy. What? Is he washed? Where was he originally playing? Was he in La Liga and then went to the Premier League? Yeah. That seems like a wild boy, what I followed in the past, but I like his game. I've always been attracted to his brand. Like when people talk about Messi or Ronaldo, I'd always be like, no, Ronaldo, man. Well, I know Messi's great, just I like Ronaldo better. Have I heard of Rebecca Lowe? That sounds familiar.
Oh, she's soccer for NBC, I think.
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe it's not NBC, but
I know. And
oh shoot, no.
I know my girl Kate Abdo though. She does boxing too. I was talking to Jesse about this, and I said, I'm watching on replay, Jesse. You don't have to tell me anything because any spoiler alerts or whatever the case may be. Ramsey, thank you.
Ramsey do that shit on purpose. He knows he does. Well, didn't he have a staring at a Jack's Urban Eats one time? That was Ramsey's wild. Nah, Lowe's is wilder than Jack's Urban Eats, but as we speak.
I don't know how Ramsey watches as much as he does. He watches everything.
He watches more than you. That's crazy.
Yeah. He watches it all. So Rebecca Lowe, she's from Sacramento? Is that what's going on?
I don't think so.
Well, they said she used to, something about somebody with the pack. Her husband used to be the coach of Sac Republic. That's what it is. Okay.
Oh, I didn't know that either.
Sean said he can go today at 5.
Okay. So we'll just kind of go the route of like the current.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You know, some of the, and like just some of the things that happened over the summer. Drake drop, Kendrick drop, you know, who was slept on this summer, who, you know, stuff like that.
Okay. Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, live on Facebook as well. Check us out there. We're going to have to put the Serena conversation off a little bit because truthfully, I'm just not ready for it.
I don't think I am either. I know I've kind of mentioned it a little bit, but that doesn't mean I was ready.
I think that's part of the reason I threw my headphones this morning. Like, it's just I wasn't prepared to see that post and that article, and I can't believe she's stuck on 23, man. Damn. Just like, and she been in final after final after final. Just can't get that one more to tie it.
They need to fix the U.S. Open.
I wholeheartely agree. They absolutely need to fix it.
Hey, because I'm gonna need the whole 11 minutes here. Can we do the ACR roofing?
Oh yeah, we're about to do that. Yeah,
stuff.
Do that.
But I need the whole 11 minutes.
Oh well, shoot! Say less, dog.
Not like that.
Oh. Okay, my bad.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
All right, I'll do my part, and then I will turn it over to my partner here. The Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Call 916-481-7200 to set your appointment if you're looking at solar for the house. Maybe you need a new roof. Maybe you need a electric vehicle charger plugged in. They can do that for you. That's not the easiest process either. Like, it's to get like one of the like, not a supercharger, but to get to one of the like the wall connectors. Yo, that's a whole like wiring process that you got to get approved by the city and all of that. ACR Solar and Roofing takes care of all of that stuff for you. And if you throw the solar in there, it makes it super cheap. 916-481-7200. Performance of the night, play of the night, Brandon Crawford and Joey Bart with an all-time relay that ultimately saved the game for your San Francisco Giants. I was telling my partner, you would be proud of me. I was locked in on that one. They were playing the Padres, and also it was an incredibly entertaining game. And the wrong call for those who didn't see it. Crawford, just a phenomenal relay to throw the runner out at home, but the umpire called him safe. So there's that moment of like, oh, you see them call for the review right away. They reverse it, call them out. Giants ultimately win 1-0.
Yeah, that was one of those. It is amazing how, like, the more you watch sports, and, you know, in this particular case, baseball, even when the game is moving so fast, like, you know what a player that's out looks like. Like, you see it on plays at first, and, you know, you go back in the replay, and more times than not, you know, your eyes didn't deceive you. Like, oh no, he was safe or he was out. Look at that again. And as soon as that play happened, I said, oh, no, check that. Got him. Right. And then I see the plays, and it was razor thin. Like, it was super close. But that was the right call. They got him. What a play. That's one of those things where you see that and they're like, that's the big leagues right there. That was a phenomenal play all around. Can't forget Luis Gonzalez getting the ball out of the corner in left field, making a strike to Brandon Crawford, and then Crawford doing what he's done so many times in his career. One of the great players I've ever seen in a Giants uniform. Just graceful and all. His numbers aren't going to match up with like Bonds or Clark or anything like that. But defensively, no disrespect to Ozzie Smith, but a wizard is what Brandon Crawford was. He has a cannon for an arm. And this guy, Joey Bart, who struggled to start the season, hasn't had a great season at the plate. But I really like Joey Bart. I do. I like what he's starting to become as a catcher. I like what he's starting to become as a leader. He's still a young guy. He's not going to be the best player on the team ever. But this is what I kind of wanted to get into. And Ramsey points out at the end, I know you saw that boy Camilo Duvall, 103 to end the game. He throws 103 like pretty easy and almost never throws the fastball.
That's crazy.
It's always a slider. Like,
that's crazy.
It's sick. So that's ridiculous. But I'm watching the Giants, right? And you got guys like Joey Bart. You got Brandon Crawford, Luis Gonzalez, guys like that who essentially, no disrespect to them, they're really good role players. And one of the problems with the Giants is they're asking the Joey Barts and the Brandon Crawfords to be like MVP caliber players, to be like these elite players. And this is where it goes back to putting people in their role. And if you had a guy, I'm just throwing out names, if you had a Soto and or a Judge or something like that in the lineup, just that one person would put Joey Bart back into his spot where he doesn't feel like, they need me to hit 35 jacks this year, else we're not. Like, no, hit your little 10 to 12 home runs. Play great defense behind the plate. Be a leader. That's good enough because we got the big dogs. Same with Brandon Crawford and all this other stuff. So one guy can kind of change, one or two guys can kind of change the way the manager manages, the way the rest of the players look at their role on the team and what they have to do and put everybody at ease. And I saw my man Butcher Boy talking about it earlier today. They need to get one more pitcher. They need a power arm this year, like another ace. And obviously, like a guy like Aaron Judge, to put everybody in their proper place instead of trying to do too much. But when it comes to the Giants, I was thinking about it last night. I tweeted it out last night. I've been down on them. I've been frustrated. They're not a very good team. They don't hit enough. They don't have enough pitching in the bullpen. They don't have enough to get from, typically, last night they did fine, but to get from a Logan Webb start of 6 to 7 innings to Camilo Duvall. Like, they don't have the bridge. And that's kind of what kills them. That's why they struggle with these one-run games. But two things. The huge part of this season, to me, we talk about all the time, they can't beat good teams. They end up doing pretty well against the bad teams, all this other stuff. That's fine. The killer to this season is the fact that they're 2-4 against the Cincinnati Reds, and they're 3-6 against the Arizona Diamondbacks. That's the killer. If you flip I'm not even saying dominate those guys, but if you flip those records around, they're 5-10 against those two teams. If you flip it around to 10-5, I think they're like in the final playoff spot right now, and they're a half game out, one of the two. But if they don't make it, I think they can point to the matchup with those two teams, and that might be their Achilles heel. Now,
can I add one
Absolutely.
note to that? Cincinnati currently 44-64. Arizona currently 49-59.
Not a good look. Now, Damon, you've heard me rant and rave on the Giants. You've heard me say that the season is over, and I don't think they're good enough to make any type of a real run right now to get to the playoffs. It's just the way I see it today on August 9th. But I was looking at the schedule, and their season is really going to come down to the next, where are we at here? Next 3 weeks. They got a chance to at least get into it. They've got, after this Padres series, which is big because the Padres out of nowhere are like the team right in front of the Giants. Like we look at the Padres as if they're like killing and they're unstoppable. The Giants yesterday, their win got them 5.5 back of the Padres for the final playoff spot. That's where the Padres are right now. And they're not playing good baseball. They've lost 4 in a row, I think, maybe even 5. They're not playing good baseball. But
they're not scoring either.
No. They finished the series up with the Padres. Then they got 7 at home, 3 with Pittsburgh, 3 with those Diamondbacks. It's got to be 5-2, at least. It's got to be 5-2. Then you got Colorado,
Pittsburgh
Detroit.
right now, 44-65.
Yeah. You got Colorado, Detroit, Minnesota on the road. Minnesota's a solid team. Detroit is not. Colorado is not.
No.
Then you come back home to end August with 3. Actually, we'll go even more. You come back home to end August and to start September with 3 against San Diego, 3 against Philadelphia, who's also in front of you. This next 3 weeks, if the Giants want to do anything, this next 3 weeks is a bit of an opportunity. And if I was Gabe Kapler, if I was the manager, I'd be like, look, man, whatever happened this year happened. All right, whatever's gone on so far has gone on. You got an opportunity in front of you. You're not 20 games back of the playoff spot. You're 5.5 back. You got an opportunity with the schedule in front of you. What are you going to do? If they can find a way to get to September 1st and be, let's just be realistic, let's say 3 games out of the final playoff spot, I'll be okay with that. 3 games back with the month to play, I'll be cool with that.
Okay.
So
that's great.
My Giants rant.
No, that's great work. I mean, you look at that schedule, you look at how bad some of those teams are. The concern, obviously, if you're a Giants fan, is you've been losing to bad teams all year. If you're going to correct that trend, now would be a perfect time to do it.
Yeah,
now would be the time to do it. As we welcome in the voice of the Locked On 49ers podcast and one of our favorites to do it, our man Crocky, Eric Crocker. What's up, man?
What's good, y'all? How y'all doing?
Yeah,
we good, man. What's good with your Croc?
Oh man, chilling. Hey, I like coming on here because there's somebody else with a raspy voice like me, so I like that.
That's KC, maybe KC, born in California, but sound like you from New York. Man, how scary is training? Like, I'm just looking. Browns All-Pro returning receiver Jakeem Grant feared to have torn his Achilles at practice today. How scary? Like, I know as a ball player, Crocky, you're hyped to get out there, you're hyped to work, but yo, do like when you see reports like this come in, like as a player, you get nervous a little bit. You think about it. Do you try to put it out of your mind?
Nah, it wasn't something that even crossed my mind at all. I'd say the only time I ever thought about tearing an ACL or something was probably when it's like, am I going to make this team? I'd be better off tearing my ACL so I still get paid. So that was the only time. Outside of that, you prepare, you get ready, you train as well as you can. And, if an injury happens, then, that's just the cards you're dealt. That was just in the plan. But, and I saw ACLs definitely happen when I was there with the New York Jets. Aaron Berry, he was a cornerback that they signed as a free agent. He tore his ACL. Vidal Hazelton, he was a receiver there. He tore his ACL, so it's definitely something that happened.
Hey, Crocky, you were at training camp over the weekend, and thank God the 49ers finally got a day off yesterday. It feels like they had practiced every day since like July 22nd or whatever camp started. They've been getting after it. And we talked a little bit on here about the whole thing with Fred Warner and Brandon Ayuk. And I think you might feel the same way as I do. I love not necessarily the fight, but I was cool with the fight. Like I think it's good for one little dust up every training camp. If it happens every day, now you got an issue. But one little dust up a training camp, we getting after it. It's all good. But I also loved Fred Warner and even Jimmy Ward to a lesser extent, understanding the moment that this 49ers franchise is in. They've got an opportunity. The window's open right now. And they looked at a guy like Brandon Ayuk, who I think it all derives from the fact that they believe that he is super talented and has another level to reach. And they said, you know what? We're not going to let you not reach that level that you could reach just because, you went out all willy-nilly. We're going to push you, and you're either going to make it or you're not. But we're going to push you because you playing the best that you can, it helps everybody. That sense of the moment, that sense of your teammate, that leadership by Fred Warner, I think that's invaluable. I love the way he's been getting after it. And then afterwards, they dapped up and everything is good. But to speak a little bit on that leadership that Fred Warner, and like I said, Jimmy Ward also seems to be bringing to this team right now.
Yeah, there's an edge that Fred Warner plays with, and we've seen that on the field, how he gets in people's faces. I remember when I think the 49ers were playing the Dallas Cowboys, and he made a tackle and then army crawled through someone's legs. So he's definitely someone who can do a little extra. And typically when it's your teammate, you don't mind unless it's your teammate and you're going up against them in practice. And, kind of antagonizing Brandon Ayuk a little bit. I think obviously Fred Warner had great intentions on getting the most out of Brandon Ayuk. But as Brandon Ayuk said, yeah, man, Fred Warner, he's annoying. And, I like it. It showed some dog, right? Everybody now they want to use that, oh, you got that dog, right? By Fred Warner, because Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk's a player who doesn't really talk. And you hear that from a lot of people. I even heard someone talking about when he was in the doghouse with Kyle Shanahan and how maybe Kyle Shanahan wasn't getting the response back that he was looking for, but it's just kind of how Brandon Ayuk is. So for him to kind of set things off a little bit with the whole Fred Warner thing and then come back and retaliate for one of his players as well, it's something that at least his teammates know, hey, man, he's a fighter, he's a dog, he's going to have their back, even if it is against your own. And one quick thing about that, offense and defense, they aren't typically tight like that. Unless you come in together and or maybe, you end up hanging out with a guy. There were a few guys on the other side of the ball with the Jets that I end up hanging out with. But for the most part, a lot of guys hang out with guys on their side of the ball. You spend most of the time with them in meetings, defensive meetings or offensive meetings, et cetera, working out. You work out with your defensive group, you know what I'm saying? Especially through training camp. So I can see a scenario where they don't have as much interaction as maybe people think because they're on the same team. So yeah, at some point it kind of does turn into a us versus you type thing. And I think that's what we saw when the brawls kind of played out.
Eric Crocker with us here on Dealing with KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. You mentioned Fred Warner having a little bit of edge. It feels like this whole team right now has a little bit of edge. And, it's training camp, so you try to be careful with this stuff. But Kenny and I have been talking about it. It feels like this team is really locked in. And I don't know if that's rallying behind Trey Lance, but it feels like this team is zeroed in, and not like revenge tour, not like getting back to the Super Bowl, but it feels like they're really focused on the task at hand. And this doesn't feel like training camp lip service, man. It feels like this team's got a focus right now.
Well, that's the culture that Kyle Shanahan has built with these guys. And Tabor Pepper, we had him on our podcast, Locked on 49ers, and he talked about the standard that Kyle Shanahan sets for the entire team. And they've had enough time now to really put their fingerprints on this roster and get guys in there that buy into the philosophy that they're selling. So I think that's what we're seeing now, how everyone comes together. Everyone has the right mindset. Sometimes it's not an obvious player like Nick Bosa, but even then I heard his dad on the radio the other day talking about how, hey, my son, he doesn't think about these accolades and things like that. His focus is 49ers and he's team first. And that was coming from the dad when they tried to ask him questions about, how he felt about his son and certain accolades and whatnot. So they got the right guys in there that think about the team. And I know there are a lot of people that were a little frustrated with the situation with Deebo Samuel, but as Deebo said, man, it's just business. And when it came down to being on the field and playing for your brothers, playing for everyone on that team, you heard him, playing against the Dallas Cowboys, hey, Kyle, let's go right now. Give me the ball any way possible. So they got the right guys in the building. And, I think that's what we're seeing right now when you hear how tight-knit this group is.
The question that everybody's asking right now is what Trey Lance is going to look like and what he could bring to the table. It seems as though he's been a little up and down in this camp, whether that's his own play or the play of the defense, being so stout. I'm not that concerned about Trey. Like, I think he'll be fine. I believe he's a guy that it's just a feeling that I have him. He's always just going to figure it out. He may not look great from the start, but he's going to keep working to figure it out. So I'm not that concerned about him. But what have you seen from Trey so far in training camp? And are you concerned about him moving forward?
First, I'll start with, am I concerned? And the answer to that is no. Like, are there concerning things? Of course. And you're betting on the upside of Trey Lance. I always thought that was the plan. He is a guy that coming out of North Dakota State, didn't have a ton of experience, didn't play a whole lot of football, didn't throw a whole lot of passes. So it's almost kind of like this ball of clay that you get to mold into what you want. And when you hear about the mindset that he has and, the focus and the attention to detail and the work ethic, all those things, they've seen that. Now it's just, translating to the field and getting the best out of that as possible. And right now during training camp practices, I know we all see the reports every day. There has been up and downs. I was there over the weekend, Friday and Saturday. I thought he was pretty good. Like, it looked good. It looked like kind of what I was expecting. Made some throws downfield to certain guys, one-on-ones. The ball looked good. He was accurate on some passes over the middle. Also saw a couple passes where he missed. And then I always wanted to see, well, how is he going to respond to that? He had a bad miss on his out route. Oh, man, he comes back, his 2-minute drill, and boom, 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 he's firing away. He also threw a pick six. So before the 2-minute drill, he threw a pick six to Jimmy Ward where he had pressure in his face to the left. He tried to flip and throw to his check down and did not see Jimmy Ward. Jimmy Ward picks it off, trots into the end zone. Well, how's he going to respond to that? Well, he went out there and had an amazing 2-minute drive and led down with a touchdown pass from 15 yards out with no time on the clock. So it was like, okay, that's really good. That's what you want to see. Well, Sunday, where I wasn't there, he had a bad practice. From all reports, it was not great at all. Probably his worst practice. And Kyle Shanahan talked about it today before practice saying, hey, I want to see how he responds to that. He had a rough practice, rough go. We're trying to continue to kind of build and stack days together. Well, today, he had by far his best practice. So he followed up his worst practice with his best practice, where he was highly efficient today, making all the throws. So I think right now, those are things that you're going to get from him heading into the season. A little bit of inconsistency. I think the goal is to say, hey, can Kyle Shanahan game plan around Trey Lance's strengths? And I assume everyone, considering the weapons that he has out there with Brandon Ayuk, with Deebo Samuel, with George Kittle, with a run game, with Kyle Shanahan pulling the strings and the terrific defense, I think they'll be all right. There'll still be some growing pains and whatnot, but, limited playing time. He's just going to have to figure it out as he goes. And I don't think this was a play for, last year or even just this year, right? I mean, this is a long-term play for someone who has all the talent, has all the ability. You just got to bring him along the way you see best fit. And, obviously hope he gets there.
Yeah, those hyper critiques come when you're taken at the top of the draft, like Trey Lance was. But how many extra layers are on top of the fact he's replacing Jimmy Garoppolo, who, no matter what you say about him, like, he got you to a couple of Super Bowls, he got you to an NFC Championship last year. Like, he's obviously a good quarterback, and I imagine that's probably an extra measure of, well, you could have had Jimmy Garoppolo around this year, but you chose to do this, you chose to do that. Like, I feel like that's another level of critique he has to deal with.
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure you hear that all the time. You see it probably in the chat. You see it on social media as well. But Jimmy Garoppolo, he brought an intangible to the team that's hard to quantify through stats or anything like that. Obviously, he was highly efficient as far as the completion percentage goes. But I think most people that watch the games didn't think like, oh man, like they are winning all these games because of Jimmy Garoppolo. I think he did an amazing job of contributing to wins. I thought he did a great job of making timely throws. There obviously were a lot of frustrating moments as well. And I think, they kind of came to the conclusion that, man, we have to count on the team to take this guy so far, right? I mean, division round playoffs, like the 49ers did not score an offensive touchdown. So a lot of that kind of falls on the quarterback, but the 49ers won. So it's like, oh, he gets that playoff win. I think Jimmy Garoppolo and his leadership abilities were great. And I think it was awesome for Trey Lance to be able to see, hey, this is how a professional acts. This is how a professional handles criticism, because Jimmy Garoppolo definitely faced a ton of criticism from either the fan base or people out there in the media as well. So seeing all that and what Trey Lance is going to go through, I think, being in the rooms with Jimmy Garoppolo probably helped him a ton. But yeah, you're going to hear that probably all the way until Trey Lance is winning football games, and then maybe the Jimmy Garoppolo talk would slowly fade away.
Crocky, we appreciate you, man. We're looking forward to a fun season together, man. Locked On 49ers podcast. Make sure you check it out. We appreciate you, brother.
I appreciate y'all having me on.
Appreciate
yeah. That's a man, Eric Crocker, right there. Again, the Locked On 49ers podcast.
I was just gonna say, I'm just gonna enjoy our time with Crocker because there's gonna be time when he go big time. You know, he on some type of NFL network or something like that, and he ain't gonna return a text like some of these other people.
Right, Crocky. It's a long list of. So we got a list of people that don't return our text, and then we got a list of people who give us really creative reasons why they can't do the show that day. Some of them are amazing. Some of them, at this point, you just got to applaud the effort. And as Jesse notes, it's a one-man list at this point, but it's pretty amazing. But yeah, Crocky's gonna be there. And Crocky gonna go new media. You know, he gonna go new media, man, and we're gonna lose him. But if you don't listen to the Locked On Kings podcast, man, add that to your circle of podcasts, man.
I listen like every day, bro, for real. Him, and the co-host, his name is escaping me right now, but they getting me through training camp. They getting me ready. Locked On 49ers, some good stuff.
Yeah. Indeed it is. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll talk more 49ers. I do want to get into the ESPN's Western Conference preview and what they said about the Kings. So we'll have that. Some more 49er stuff as well. Some NFL stuff. Lots more ahead. As a matter of fact, as D'Lo and Casey continue here on ESPN 1320. That's great stuff from Crocky. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Casey. Switch back. You on top of everything today, man. I would have forgotten all that stuff. That's why Jesse's no days off.
Yes.
Yeah, I've never got the appeal of them.
Yeah, they're not nasty at all. I'm not really a big banana guy anyway. Yeah, the thing with me is always, like I said, I think I'm allergic to fruit. So when I eat fruit, I know, all right, your tongue's gonna start itching soon. Like pineapples, I'll just, I'll deal with it. I'll be like, pineapples are so good, it doesn't matter. It's whatever. I'll deal with it. Bananas, strawberries are the same way. It's like, I'll just deal with it. Bananas, apples, they're not good enough for me to just deal with it all the time. So I don't really eat them too much. Wait a minute. I was about to say, what did I say?
And take your ass nowhere, man.
Come on, man. That's not it. That's not it. I'm not. Come on, man. It's never really. I was a small package type of guy. You got like a premium peacock. No, that one's crazy. That one is crazy. Why did they name their streaming service that? Why would they name it that? Jazz got me this smoothie thing that I don't use nearly enough. I gotta get on that, to be honest with you. Stressed out, stressed out, stressed out, stressed out. I know, Bryce, but they could have named it something else. All right. They could have said NBC Plus. Like they didn't have to name it Peacock. Banana is the best fruit. That's cat Mrs. P. Stop. Yeah. Yeah, no. There ain't no bananas being the best fruit. No. Strawberries are top tier. Like I said, pineapples, that's where it's at. Oh, mango. I mean, you're still wrong. But I know a lot of people who like mangoes. Pineapple's the best fruit, though. Like, what is?
Pineapple's good. Pineapple's good.
Pineapple's
what's the
number
best
one.
fruit. Oh, watermelon's really good.
Watermelon is good.
I mean, I kind of like berries.
Our fruit bracket. What's the 1 seed?
Oh no, that's cap. Fruit has to be soft. I had to throw some honeydew away yesterday because the nugget it wasn't ready. They cut it. It clearly wasn't ready. Hey, don't try to bring the radio show back when you start saying crazy stuff during the commercial break, Jesse. Who's sitting around eating hard fruit?
Jesse, we're usually in lockstep. I got to go away from you on this one. I like the watermelon when it's a little more mushy because it seems like there's more flavor when you.
I'm the same way with pineapple. Pineapple's got to be soft.
Pineapple is the number one fruit. Pineapple.
It's up there.
Hey, I wanted to
this morning. That was the fruit.
So did I. Well, I had some cuties, but and I had raisin bread toast. That was delicious. Phenomenal job by me, by the way.
Stop. Phenomenal job making toast?
No, the decision to have that.
Oh, okay. I really thought you were applauding yourself for working the toaster there for a minute, because I believe that's the extent of your cooking is like working the toaster.
Yeah, but it has doesn't it have like a.
It's a different kind of bread.
Yeah,
it's probably got some cinnamon in it. Yeah, it's not like white bread with some raisins crammed into it.
That is disgusting. That option right there.
Some Wonder Bread, and Kenny just smash some raisins on top of it and put it in the toaster.
That would be all bad. No,
that's Kenny's version of homemade raisin bread right there.
Raisin bread toast. That's the real deal. But so before we talked to Eric Crocker, I was like, yo, I'm gonna need the whole time for baseball. And I was talking about the Giants. And I got everything out that I wanted to say, but I forgot. The reason why I said I need the whole time was because there's something else I wanted to ask you.
Okay.
Did you see, and I'm sure you did, the Edwin Diaz entrance, the closer from the Mets?
Yeah.
Fire.
Yeah, that's really caught on lately. Like that's been hitting the social media rounds now for a couple of weeks.
That's
pretty dope. Yeah.
Fire.
Anytime you can get fans involved and stuff like that, like that's pretty dope.
Now, I was listening to our guy, Uncle Howard Bryant, earlier today, and he was saying that was the greatest entrance in the history of baseball. And he may be right. But it may have me thinking about some other good ones. And there's not a lot that come up. Mariano Rivera came out to.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of
Sandman or something like that.
Sandman. Yeah, I don't know that there was a lot of like crowd participation, like when Sandman the wrestler came out to enter Sandman, like 6,000 dudes with beers sang it at the ECW arena.
Right. Trevor Hoffman came out. I think it was Hell's
Bells. Yeah,
that was pretty good.
But again, what's the participation from the crowd? Like the crowd gets into this, like they're doing their imaginary horns, like
so. The Sergio Romo came out to I don't know the song. It was I don't even know where it derives from. I think it was like Machon. He came out to that. People were really hyped for that. Brian Wilson in 2010 and 11 would come out to Jump Around, and Oracle, AT&T, they would go nuts when the ding, 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 when that played and the beat dropped. They knew the assignment. They did what they were supposed to do. But so I think that is up there as one of the greats. But I could be biased because I'm a Giants fan. But I can't think of too many other ones. Didn't the A's, they had the crazy closer for, I think in like 2012 or something like that. I think he came out to like something crazy, because I remember in the bleachers they were like acting like they were it was like a heavy metal song or something like that. In the bleachers they were like headbanging and stuff like that. I think he came out to something. I kind of remember that, but yeah.
Okay.
This Edwin Diaz one is great.
It's good.
And there you go. Yeah. Phenomenal knowledge. Ramsey, Grant Balfour. They used to come out to some kind of headbanging song. But to me, it's Edwin Diaz and Brian Wilson. Brian Wilson coming, because Brian Wilson was, at the time it was like the elevator didn't go to the top floor, and
a little different.
You had the jump around theme. We used to go crazy when B Weezy would come through.
Well, what do we classify Jump Around as?
Hip hop.
Is that a hip hop record?
Yeah. My first thought, when you asked that, my first thought is a hip hop record. What would be the other classification?
I don't know. I'm a broadcast journalist. I just ask questions. I try to spark conversation.
That
House
goes
of Pain.
So hard. House of Pain goes so hard.
Back it up, pack it in. Let me it goes. I feel like everybody was jumping in that era, because that was the same general vicinity of crisscross, wasn't it?
Jump Around is also what a lot of people do. Jump Around, but I think another famous one is Wisconsin football at the start of the fourth quarter. They do Jump Around.
Well, that's like Enter Sandman, fourth quarter at the Arco Arena.
That's what that was. That's right. Yeah.
Enter Sandman.
They do
Brock
it
Lesnar,
nowadays, right?
UFC. Do we still do it?
I think so.
Oh,
I think they still do it at the G1.
Oh, I guess so. Yeah, it's different, I guess, because it's just not quite the same, not quite the same vibes as they used to be. So maybe they still do it. Just
I like
a little different vibes.
When the Kings win, or I think it's happened a couple of times, like on a buzzer beater. I know specifically
when the Kings win. That's cute.
Specifically when Bogey hit his shot. They played a Gap band.
Oh, you dropped the bomb on me.
On me.
Yeah.
Uncle Charlie.
I'm trying to remember Mariano's. I'm trying to remember. Like, did the crowd clap? Did they just stand there?
They clap because
there's a there's an easy
much.
way. There's an easy way to be involved in it. I just don't remember it ever being like hype.
Yeah.
But I'm sure it was.
I told the Queen Bee, and she delivered the message to Jesse over the weekend, where I've said it before, but I need to make this clear. I like the Yankees. I like the Mets. I do. I like both of those teams.
Okay.
I'm not going. I don't like the Cardinals. I don't like that. I don't really like any other team, but I like the Mets and I like the Yankees.
I don't like the Cardinals.
I got a Cardinals hat too, by the way.
Well, that doesn't mean anything though. You've got an everybody hat.
Yeah, I like the Yankees and Mets. I like them for different reasons, right? Because the Yankees, I mean, it's the Yankees. It's New York.
Did I tell you yesterday? Did I apologize to the captain? I don't know if I said that yesterday.
I think we need more, because
the captain's really good.
Yeah.
No, the captain's really good. I stretched to say I woke up. I became conscious on Sunday, and Walk Sprout came back late on the couch I did get yelled at for several hours. I watched. I was getting my $9.99 worth of ESPN Plus, so I watched every episode I had left of the captain. And then it just it ended, and on the screen was the tuck rule. I
Mm.
was like, Kenny mentioned the tuck. I'm gonna watch this. It's fantastic. It was really good.
Really good.
It was, and it was like that. Like Tom Brady's going to be fantastic on television. Like he really does have a good personality. We just don't see it that often. I enjoy. He's a little cheesy, but like someone in where's he going? Fox.
I think it's Fox. Yeah.
So. Booker, I don't know whoever his play-by-play guy. They're gonna have to pull it out of him a little bit. Like they're gonna have to get him comfortable.
Right.
But I really enjoyed that. I thought it was good. I'm watching Mariano Rivera's last walk up, and they're not really showing the crowd. I feel like the crowd is just.
Much. I mean, that was part of Brian Wilson's entrance. Like they would get the crowd shots, and people be jumping around. They'd be hype on the bleachers. It's not really the bag for Mariano. That wasn't even really the bag for Trevor Hoffman either.
Right.
It was just like, oh, here he comes. But like you said, with Edwin and with Brian Wilson, the crowd gets hyped.
Oh yeah. I'm watching a fan shot version of Brian Wilson coming out to jump around. Yeah, that's good stuff. That's good stuff. Plus, he had that personality. Like he was touched. He was a little different. He was touched. He was different, and it worked. It worked.
Now, David Jackson in the chat, he says the Yankees, the Mets, the Knicks, next KC on why he loves the New York Football Giants and the Rangers win the Stanley Cup. Now, I hate
how the Rangers will win the Stanley Cup. That's funny.
I hate the New York Giants. I hate that they have 4 Super Bowls. They were lucky to win all 4. They were never in all 4 of the Super Bowls. They were never the best team in football. They always had some little upset to get there. Like I don't want to. I'm trying not to call them fraudulent because they're not. They're 4 Super Bowls, but
I feel like you just
all
did.
4 in all 4. You were never the best team. They were probably not even the top 4 teams in football when they won all of their Super Bowls. I hate the fact that they were 4-time Super Bowl champions. Man, y'all, come on, man. Y'all were never that nice.
See what you did, David Jackson? You got them all fired up.
I don't like the New York Giants.
Okay. Well, you don't have to. You like everything else, New York. You just don't like the Giants. That's fine.
Definitely don't like the Giants.
Jets? Robert Saleh?
I mean, I like Robert Saleh.
Bob Saleh?
I don't like the Jets either.
And their starting quarterback, apparently, Joe Flacco? My goodness.
Yeah.
Joe Flacco really about to go to the Hall of Fame. He really about to be the starting quarterback. Joe Flacco is going to take the job from Zach Wilson, lead the Jets to the Super Bowl, and they're going to say that this was his moment that's made him a Hall of Famer.
One thing that I'm going to stop doing,
and they will have dumped 2 top pick quarterbacks in the last 3 years.
One thing I'm going to stop doing, and I made a conscious effort of this, is to question Hall of Fame candidacy.
Yeah, I'm not doing that anymore either.
Because I saw this, I was watching over the weekend. I'm not even going to say who it is. I was like, what? I was like, I'm going to let it be.
Yeah, they're all this upcoming NBA Hall of Fame class has just changed me. I was like, look, y'all are great ball players. And I do not need further. I do not need to evaluate them any further. They're great basketball players who have worked their ass off their entire life.
It's all
my opinion on their playing career doesn't matter.
Right? Who am I to say that you shouldn't be this or that? Whatever. It's all good. Filthy McNasty comes in here and says the 86 Giants are 14-2. All right, maybe they were not.
I was going to ask you about the Parcells Giants.
The one Parcells Giants team.
Okay, I'm
16.
I just said
they're legit champions. Fine. 1 out of their 4.
Thank you, Filthy McNasty. You brought it up. He's yelling at me.
These fools. They went to the Super Bowl and beat the back-to-back defending champion San Francisco 49ers because Roger Craig fumbled while they were running the clock out, and they didn't even score a touchdown in that game. 5 field goals. Come on, man. And then they needed poor little Scott Norwood to miss the field goal to win that game. Giants team was sorry.
I knew this would lead back to some traumatic moment, and now we know what it is. It's that Super Bowl there, or that championship. It's all right.
Filthy McNasty talking about 49. Ain't hurt my feelings. We ain't hurt my feelings because we slap you around every chance we get. Ain't hurt my feelings.
Filthy McNasty's in your head, man.
Actually, no. Actually, they got another little sorry victory in 2011 because Kyle Williams. Yo, this dude, Eli Manning,
that's tough.
He threw a pass that was so bad. Dante Whitner knocked out his teammate as they were both going for the interception. He gets knocked out the very next play. They had the third string cornerback come in, and that's who they threw a touchdown. The pass was that bad, bro. Giants, sorry, man. I hate that they have 4 Super Bowls. Oh,
Ryan Cruz.
Yeah. He said, can we recap? How many rings are the 49ers supposed to have? No lie. They should have probably, I say 11.
Oh, we're up to 11. They won another one. It was 10. Now it's 11.
It was 10 before. I thought it was
10. No, they must probably we just probably added last year's. I don't know.
Did I? I don't even think I added last year's. I'm not gonna say they should have. I wouldn't even count last year's, even though they should have been in the Super Bowl. They're up 10 in the fourth quarter, bro. Like, come on. They definitely, maybe I said 10 before. 10 sounds about right. Niners really should have 10 Super Bowls. You guys know that. I'm not even speaking out of turn. Like, they absolutely should have 10. Bro, they lost 1 because the guy fumbled as they're running the clock out. They're about to win 3 straight. Do I need to go down the list of the teams or the games?
If I said no, would that actually stop you from doing it?
They should have won that one with Roger Craig. They should have won the Kyle Williams game. I mean, that was, like I said, Eli Manning was throwing so many ducks. We knocked our own players out trying to get his interceptions. All right. The first to go on the 5, against the Ravens. The Seahawks game, we definitely should have won that one. Obviously, the Chiefs won. Yeah, we should have won that one. Come on, man. Stop playing with me. Okay. That's 4 right there. We got 5. We got 5 in the tuck already. We got 5. I just named 4.
Okay. All right.
But we should have 9 to 10. No cap.
Okay. 9 to 10 it is. Maybe this year will be 10 or 11.
I think if they get in the vicinity this year, I think they winning it. I'll put it to you like this: If they get to the Super Bowl this year, ain't gonna be no Super Bowl loss. They win it. I'm gonna be nervous as hell, but I think they'll bring it home this year.
Well, they play their first preseason game on Friday. They, of course, being 49ers against a team that they own, Green Bay Packers. Crocky mentioned this a minute ago. Trey Lance came off his worst practice and had his best practice. We're going to be so, as we were talking about with Crocky, like hypercritical, or not we, but collectively, people are going to be so hypercritical of everything that Trey Lance does because he is the man now. He was the number 3 overall pick. We've already seen Mac Jones. We've already seen some of these other guys who were drafted in this class. Now it's time to see him, his show, his team. And of course, now the Jimmy Garoppolo situation kind of weighing in on all of that as well. I think I read Kyle Shanahan. I think he said today that he hopes his starters, including Trey Lance, will get some reps in the first and third preseason games. So preseason game number 1 is again on Friday, and Sarah Hodges asked us this question on Sunday night on CBS 13 Sports Sunday. Should Trey Lance play? And like, in my opinion, absolutely. Like, Trey needs these. I think he needs like real live reps. Like, I think this preseason, no matter how much or how little he plays, will be extremely beneficial for him.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's good to get him in there for a series. You know, maybe 2 series, maybe the whole first quarter, depending on how things go. But he absolutely needs the reps. The one concern that I have is, yes, he needs the reps, but who's going to be around him? I don't want him out there with the second team offensive line. I don't want him out there if Trent Williams isn't going to play.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So if you plan on giving those guys offensive line needs some reps, but Trent Williams don't really need some reps. If you got him out there with second string offense,
I don't think you do that. I don't think that serves anybody any. I think you played it like, I think you're in and you're out. Like, that group of guys should be in and out together.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe some of the more solidified offensive linemen, and that might just be Trent. That might just be Trent Williams,
right?
And Trey Lance. Maybe that's the group. But like, if you're putting Trey Lance under center, I feel like you have to start with your projected starting offensive line.
I think so too. And all those guys might not play. Like, Trent Williams ain't gonna play that long, because it's a tough balance, because Trey needs the reps.
Yeah.
But Trent don't need the reps.
No,
what I mean?
He doesn't, but they're okay. It's not going to hurt him. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he could get the run. Like, you're not going to play 60 minutes. It's not like he's going to be, ripped to shreds the next day. You just need to play a series or 2 and be up.
I'd play Trey. First of all, I'd match up Trey and Trent. Right. If Trent ain't playing, you're not playing Trent.
Right. Absolutely.
So I do that, but I'd have them play 2 series max. 2 series.
I'm okay with that. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
The other thing about this, and once again, like you said, they're not going to fall out and die. Even though, like I said, who's working harder than the Niners? Niners practice every day. I'm like, goodness gracious, get these guys a day off.
Was today the off day?
Yesterday was the off day.
Yesterday?
Finally, and they back at it today. They don't get 2 days in a row. My goodness. But they have 3 preseason games in 12 days. So,
well, that probably explains the first and the third.
Yeah.
And just completely skipping the second.
The crazy thing about that is 3 preseason games in 12 days, and then I think they have to wait like 17 days before week 1.
Ugh.
17, 18 days. So it's kind of a weird schedule. But Trey does need to be out there. Get him some reps. But yeah, two series, first quarter max. Same for the third game. Third game, he might just get 1 series. You're gonna have to kind of go into
with 17 days off.
Yeah.
You know what else I'd watch too? We talk about the offensive line. I'd also watch who's playing on the other end.
Yeah, who they play, the Packers. So,
are the Packers marching out the practice squad? Because I know, like, instinctually, we think about, well, if the 49ers are starting their projected starting lineup and the Packers are just playing anybody, you instinctually you think about the talent difference.
Mm-hmm.
Man, one of them overzealous dudes gets around one of those offensive linemen trying to earn his place on the team. And again, I'm not mad at it.
Right.
You out there, you fighting for you fighting for your career. Like, I get that.
Yep.
That could be bad news.
Yep.
And that's why, like, this is it's such a difficult thing for an NFL coach to navigate. You want these guys to get reps. You got to understand, like we just, we said a couple of minutes ago when Crocker was with us, we got a torn ACL in the NFL, or a torn Achilles in the NFL today. And it's practice. It wasn't a preseason game. It was practice. That's It's part of
It
sports.
could happen.
It sucks.
It
It
could happen
happens.
anywhere. Yeah, it could happen anywhere. I would look at it. I'd be like, if the Smith brothers ain't playing, then sure, he can be in there a little longer. But if they playing, yeah, keep them safe, get them out of there.
Yeah.
Although I think there's only one Smith brother now. I think just Preston is on the team now, so it's not the Smith brothers.
The Browns are having a really, really awful offseason. Between you know who, Kareem Hunt asked for a trade like a couple of days ago.
Mm-hmm.
And now you got Jakeem Grant with the torn Achilles. Man, again, there was so much promise for this team.
Yeah.
Not anymore. At least I don't think so. Yeah. Yeah, not anymore. We'll come back. We'll get back into the association. We had mentioned ESPN's Western Conference preview, and they're kind of tepid feelings on the Kings, though they wrote nice things about the Sacramento Kings. Record-wise, not really what I was hoping to see, but kind of what I thought I'd see. We'll talk about that, and we'll let you know how ESPN laid out the Western Conference when we return here on ESPN 1320.
D block. Did you see Jordan Love is starting that game? A Raj ain't playing.
Got Jordan Love on the squad just to watch his contract expire.
Man, I wonder what's going to happen with that situation. What is this, his third? He's going into his third year?
Is it his third? Yeah. Yeah. Y'all hit the thumbs up while you're here. Thumbs up and subscribe, please, especially on YouTube. If you're on Facebook, I don't think anyone's actually watching on Facebook right now. They're not. But you can hit the thumbs up on YouTube or hit the follow button on Twitch. Yeah, they didn't. The ESPN didn't have them that high. Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. I just seen the mugshot of Marshawn Lynch. That's not a good look. Jeez. Man, come on, man. Get a driver.
Yeah, that's inexcusable. Inexcusable.
Driver.
Lynch's mugshot has been released, and he appears to be struggling to keep his eyes open. He was drunk at 7:30 in the morning. Yeah, I'm gonna guess. Have you watched Rap Shit? HBO?
No.
Issa Rae's new production?
With the the City Girls biopic. So look at that shot. I haven't seen it yet though.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna watch it. Yeah.
It's good. You have to get used to it. It's different. Like the way they shoot it, there's a lot of like FaceTime. It's different, but it's good. It's good.
It looks funny. It looks interesting, but it reminds me of just the story of the City Girls. That's what it reminds me of. And I like the City Girls. JT, Young Miami. They make me laugh. Period.
It's pretty wild when you read the FBI raided a former president's house.
And nothing's going to happen to him.
Nothing ever does. I guess this shit shouldn't even be surprising anymore.
It's nuts.
Yeah, really.
Or we could watch it from a different planet. Did you see that thing I posted about how I guess the gravity or something, and how you jump on different planets?
No. I don't know how I missed that.
That, bro, yeah. The moon is crazy. And then we got to the last one where I was like, yo, don't ever jump.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, Facebook, YouTube as well. Wherever you are, we appreciate you so much for hanging out with us here today.
Hey, I wanted to ask you about this because much like me, you love sports media. Did you see the Big Ten is finalizing a new media rights deal with CBS and NBC and leaving ESPN?
CBS and NBC
to go along with Fox. Like they're already with Fox right now.
How does that work?
So
these clearly are not exclusive rights deals.
Right. So
goodness.
Where is it at? Sports Business Journal first reported the outline of the Big Ten's media agreement and ESPN being out. ESPN rejected the Big Ten's final offer of a 7-year, $380 million agreement. The Big Ten's new agreement likely will feature CBS broadcasting football games in a mid-afternoon time slot, which had previously been filled by the SEC. Beginning in 2024, ESPN will exclusively broadcast SEC games as part of a 10-year agreement. NBC, which carries Notre Dame home football games, likely will have Big Ten football in the evening window as part of the new agreement.
Okay.
Big Ten, the biggest conference in college football or college sports, excuse me. Is that the I think they're bigger than the SEC. And you talk about all of college sports because of basketball. They're a step behind them in football,
Michigan,
but they're way ahead of them in basketball.
Sure. Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
I never thought about it that way until really, and then they're about to get USC and UCLA. So
ACC football is too far behind to catch up with basketball. SEC basketball is too far behind. Yeah, sure. I'll take that.
Big Ten is the done data.
I'll take that.
Got in there. Who was the guy who ruined it again? Was it Larry Scott or something like that who ruined the Pac-12?
Yeah, Larry Scott ruins everything. I believe, yeah. Like he ruins everything. And R.I.P. Pac-12. Algorithms, man, send it. I don't know. That was just his screen name. I don't know how to. He said his dad passed away. He was a huge sports fan. Wanted us to give him a shout out, man. So shout out to you, Mr. Algorithm. That's his YouTube.
Right, man. Much love, big dog. Much love. R.I.P.
Yeah, man. Sending love. Like, hey, man, we're always here if you're struggling. Shoot, I work through my anger issues here on this show. Got Dr. David is, he's in the hospital with his dad. We celebrate births and mourn deaths. We do all that stuff, man. We family here on D-Lo and KC. The Chatty House is family.
Absolutely.
The family you fight with, but they family nonetheless. You can join that crew over there at youtube.com/ESPN1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Even if you're on Facebook, your comments come straight to us.
I know we were going to talk about the Kings and ESPN. Does that mean we're still not ready to talk about Serena? Because if we're not, it's okay.
Already.
Okay.
Already. We will today. We are obligated to.
Not ready.
I'm not ready. Yeah. I'm a Kenny Caraway this joint.
Just
Kenny Caraway,
U.S. Open.
I'm gonna Kenny Caraway this joint like Kenny's in Vegas. We start talking about Serena.
Just damn U.S. Open.
Yeah, she needs to get that one more. Let's get Mitch in here real quick. Phone lines are open, by the way. Chatty House isn't the only way to take part in the show. 916-349-1320. Mitch, what's happening, my man?
How are you, Damon? How you doing? It's gotta be quick. KC, what's happening?
What's going on, Mitch?
You got it's 100 over here. 100 each up. Stay where you are.
You guys
Well,
got
it's not exactly cool over here either, Mitch, but I think it's cooling down in your area over the course of the next couple of days.
Yeah, I guess that comes in rain, though.
I've been feverishly monitoring the weather where you're at.
Yeah, I bet.
It's true. I'm coming to see you, Mitch.
My grandson, he's outgrowing his little baby one. Gotta give him another size. He's gonna be a big boy. I mean, I'm talking 6'3", 6'4" when he grows up.
All right. That's
bad.
I like that. I got Reese at 6'3". I think he's going to be about 6'3".
And, you know, he's a good luck charm because I think the Dodgers are leaving everybody in the dust. Even the Padres, they make good trades, but they didn't show up over the weekend. And I think San Diego and the 49ers, both against Bosa. We'll see what Lance is. I think he's going to be good. But Justin Herbert, he's a great quarterback. I'm looking for the Bosas. Bosa against Bosa. That'd be awesome if that happened.
It's been too many years.
He's saying 49ers Chargers in the Super Bowl.
Yes, he said 49ers San Diego. It's been too many years for us to keep doing this. We've got to stop. We've got to be a big story. But he was busy clowning the Padres, so he worked in another San Diego reference there.
Yeah, even though they don't play in San Diego anymore.
I was told I was going to be tall, so don't buy all this crap. I was told when I'm not tall. I've been this size since I was like a freshman. Oh, like, oh boy, you're going to be dunking when you're a sophomore. Psh, get out of here.
5'10".
Yeah, and a half. In shoes. Well, yeah, but did people tell you were going to be taller when you got older? Oh, liars! Liars.
Cole said I was going to be 6'1", and I'm 5'8".
Wow,
should be able to sue.
Should
be able to sue.
People talk about sports projections, like they've been projecting on us there our whole lives.
Nah, yeah. Where's a class action lawsuit? You got like a premium Peacock.
So headed off to ESPN.com. Headed off to ESPN.com. They put out a list they put out projected records for the Western Conference. Projections again. They be shortchanging us on these projections.
Where they got us, man? Let me guess. 34. This article. 34.
34 and 48 in the 11th spot. Now,
oh my gosh.
For context, so here's who's behind the Kings. The Kings are 11 in this. Utah by a lot, 26 and 56. Oklahoma City, 25 and 57. San Antonio, they actually have Houston as the worst team. And if memory serves me correctly, Houston not only the worst team in the Western Conference, Houston the worst team in the league because they had the Indiana Pacers with 23 wins. They've got the Houston Rockets at 22 and 60. On the other side of that, the 10th play-in team is Portland with record of 35 and 47. So not a big discrepancy between 10 and 11. But here is what Kevin Pelton said about the Sacramento Kings. Lays out all the other teams, talks about Utah, does all that other stuff. That leaves the Kings as the one team projected outside the top 10, actively hoping to finish in that group. With Sacramento's playoff drought reaching driving age, even a play-in appearance would be cause for celebration in California's capital. There's reason to believe this could be the Kings' year. They'll get a full season with Domantas Sabonis after acquiring the two-time All-Star before the trade deadline and adding shooting in the backcourt with newcomers Kevin Huerter and Malik Monk to complement Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox. Most importantly, number 4 overall pick Keegan Murray impressed this summer, winning MVP honors for the NBA Summer League in Las Vegas. If Sacramento jumps into the play-in and the other 4 teams in this group enter the lottery in prime position, it's possible everyone could be satisfied with this season. Man, that's +4 year over year.
A lot of people would say that that's being realistic, that you can't expect them to jump so much. They're probably just going to win 4 or 5 more games. I disagree. There's context
but
to it's wins last year.
It's fair. Okay, go ahead.
Well, number one, they went through a hell of a season in a bad way, where you had a lame duck coach. Coach gets fired in the middle of the year. The whole franchise is in flux. You bring in Alvin Gentry, who comes in and just tries to get through the season. You got guys like Marvin Bagley, Buddy Hield, who had no interest in being here. You had De'Aaron Fox, who some believe said, "I'm sick of this. Like, I'm not doing this. Why did you bring these guys back? Like, they don't even want to be here, and you want me to go out there and play with it? I'm sick of this." You had that to deal with. And then you make the trade, you get Sabonis, you get a better group coming in. And through all of that, you still found a way to win 30 games. So, and then you go into this season with pretty much a completely different team, a better team.
Yeah.
A coach, a better coach. And you think that only adds up to 4 wins? I can understand it. Somebody saying that, but that's, I don't know. That seems on the low end. It feels like if somebody else were to do that, like Portland didn't do much of anything, and they added 12 wins.
Well, I think they're how many games did they win last year?
Like 24 or 25 or
something. My God, was it that low? It couldn't have been that low, was it? Portland, wow, 27.
27.
Jeez. 27. So they added 8.
They got Lillard.
I think they went
Jeremy Grant. That's an 8-game difference. Kings added 4 different guys and a new coach.
But I think that's the respect for Dame Lillard.
That's fine.
I think that's ultimately what it is. And it's okay. Like, I think that's fine. It's the respect of Dame Lillard that, because again, I just read to you what they wrote about the Kings. There's nothing else written about them in this piece. Like, I read it all to you. There was nothing overtly negative in there. They pointed out what they did with, Herter and Monk and all that different stuff, and didn't mention Mike Brown at all. Didn't mention the absence of anyone, and noted that a full season with Domantas Sabonis. Like, I feel like they were overall positive with what they said about the Kings, but I think it's ultimately the history of the Sacramento Kings that keeps them from. Are you going to pick the Kings? Because both play, because the here, and we'll go over the rest of the conference. Here's what one of the more surprising: the Lakers, 42-40. That's where they got the Lakers. How, Sway?
They're assuming Anthony Davis is healthy the entire year. It's the only way.
I think that's the only way that happens. But again, 9 is the Los Angeles Lakers at 42-40. 10 is Portland at 35-47. That's a big discrepancy between 9 and 10. Remember, Portland is 35. The Kings are 34. They were clearly torn on what to do right there. I think it ultimately boiled down to, I trust Dame Lillard more than I trust the Sacramento Kings. May not like Portland. Don't think Portland did anything. But if it comes down to Dame Lillard versus the Sacramento Kings, we're going to pick Dame Lillard. And I feel like that's what they did.
And to be honest with you, that's understandable and that's fair. I don't have any problem with somebody saying,
yeah, they Gary Payton, by the way.
Mm-hmm. They did have Gary Payton, yeah, the third.
Forgot about that. Yeah,
it's not a bad signing. But I don't have any problem with somebody looking at the Sacramento Kings and be like, I like what they did. They made some good moves, but I'm just not gonna predict them to have any prosperity until I actually see it.
Mm-hmm.
That now recognize that that's what you're doing, and you're not looking at it necessarily objectively or by like this team being completely different, because this particular team, they ain't got nothing to do with 16 years. Like the Kings always let you down. Well, it's not. What does Malik Monk and Kevin Huerter have to do with when Bellinelli and these guys were here and your head coach was Keith Smart or whatever? Like, they have nothing to do with that. But I understand somebody saying the Kings never get it right, so I'm gonna put my money on them not getting it right again.
Well, you still you and it's not referenced here, but you still have people who don't think the Tyrese Halliburton trade was the right direction.
Mm-hmm.
Like you could, you Marco Bellinelli and all that, like that's fine. I mean, Luke Walton was last year, firing Luke Walton, keeping Luke Walton, then firing Luke Walton, then bringing in Alvin Gentry, then the whole Alvin Gentry process with Doug Christie's name floating out there. This was all last year. It's not like you have to look back 10 years to see the dysfunction or to see the missteps of this organization. You don't have to look back very far. The De'Aaron Fox, I don't even remember what it was. I don't even remember why was De'Aaron out again? What was the official reason? Oh, ankle. That's what it was. I don't even think people buy that. But again, that was all last year. You don't have to look far. You don't have to go back to Bellinelli or Keith Smart. You can look at last year.
Yeah, and if you look at last year,
this team was a disappointment last year.
Yeah, and if you look at last year, I mean, it's been almost a complete roster overhaul.
Absolutely.
That's funny.
Miss P said De'Aaron Fox had Buddy Hield soreness. De'Aaron Fox is out tonight with Buddy Hield soreness. Truthfully, the whole team would like to be out with Buddy Hield soreness, but that's not how the league works.
You know what? You know what? With Kings fans, they'd be so hard on Buddy Hield. All he did was play hard. Buddy Hield did never do nothing but frustrate people. But he didn't do anything. Like, he didn't do nothing. He didn't do anything. Like, he never spoke bad about the city. He didn't do nothing to nobody.
Yet he was still frustrating. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app. We're guest free the next 2 hours, by the way. So if you want to jump on these phones, man, you've got time. 916-349-1320. We'd love to hear from you. I don't know why we pick on Buddy the way we do. Maybe it's easy. Maybe it's low-hanging fruit.
Brian It's funny the way he says this, because typically people are like, he's a good baller. All his problems were off the court. Brian Cruz said, yeah, all his issues were on the court.
Yeah. Buddy Hield, Buddy Hield be a great basketball player if you could just manage those on the court issues. Just manage those on the court issues.
And Cole says ESPN 1320 was hard.
Stop putting that dude on the screen, man.
Hey, it's frustrating. I was frustrated as anybody else.
Cole's the Buddy Hield of this group. I'm about to be out with Cole soreness. Be out with Cole soreness.
Hey, that's a hell of a line by Miss B.
Yeah, that's funny.
What Buddy Hield?
As Brian says, all he did was stand in the corner. Such a shame.
Hey, when Buddy comes back with the Pacers, man, he getting he getting a standing ovation.
No. They'll clap for him. They'll clap for him. They're not gonna boo him. Like, they'll clap for him, but they're not gonna, like, a standing ovation. No, he ain't gonna get no standing ovation. Tyrese gonna get a standing ovation that might last the whole game.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you like this, and this is
announcer Scott's gonna have to be like, Tyrese Halliburton, and now Miles Turner. Like, he's gonna have to cut that joint off quick.
I'm gonna tell you like this, and Tyrese is my guy, Halliburton my guy, the whole family. if they give Tyrese a standing ovation and not Buddy Hield, what are we doing, bro? What are we doing?
You think Buddy's gonna get a standing ovation?
I don't think either one of them should. I think they should just get applauded. But if they and what you said, it was like tongue in cheek, but I could imagine them like really getting on their feet for Tyrese Halliburton. If they do that and for not Buddy, then they don't do that for Buddy Hield.
They'll clap for Buddy. Like Buddy's gonna get claps. Like that, but Buddy, there'll be some good sound for Buddy.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone hates Buddy. I don't think anyone's sad he's gone. But I don't think anybody hates Buddy.
No. There's nothing to hate.
Just happy that he's gone. That's all. Just happy you can watch him dribble the ball off his foot in Indiana rather than in Sacramento.
Isn't that how they lost the game to the Kings?
He dribbled the ball off his foot. Yeah. Yep.
Damn. See, now y'all got me feeling bad for Buddy. I'll be one of his biggest supporters now.
Shavano needs that he needs that old Tyrese sound.
I got you. There we go.
Congratulations! Oh my God.
Hey,
See,
no, man.
See,
just leave Bagley alone, man.
See, Marcus says Bagley getting tomatoes tossed his way, and I'm calling cap. I think Bagley gets an ovation too.
Now that would be
remember,
excessive.
remember, real life versus social media.
This is true.
That crowd at the Golden One Center is not the same as King's Twitter.
This is true.
It's very, very different. I'm not talking about a rousing ovation.
It's a nice applause.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice applause.
Absolutely.
Like I said, we were there. We talked about this when it happened. We were there for opening night or whenever he played. Then he goes to the scores table, checks in, and we were like, "Oh man, this could be ugly."
And it was not. Yeah.
All right, Marvin Bagley.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree. He's going to get a positive.
But
which to be honest with you, look, man, if you're going to give any ovation, like they should all be positive. These guys didn't do anything to anybody. Like they didn't do nothing to nobody. Like Spencer Hawes deserves.
It's not right. It's not like they're Jason Terry. Like
right.
We're good. Like save that venom for them.
Yeah. Marvin, obviously Tyrese, Buddy. If you're gonna do anything, like me, probably I'd just sit on my hands. I'm not doing either one. But if you do feel the need to make some type of noise or gesture, it should absolutely be cheering those three guys.
And so the sole difference is I think Marvin will get cheered his first time here. I think Buddy will get cheered his first time here. I think Tyrese will get cheered every time he steps in the building.
now that's going to be excessive. That's going to be excessive.
Kenny's going to go to all of the Kings Pacers games for the next decade just to take notes on who's cheering Tyrese Halliburton.
Cheer watch.
Cheer watch. Cheer update following the Pacers and the Kings.
Yeah.
So they have the Kings. So again, where's everybody's energy at? Like they have the Pacers worse. Was it 3 games worse than last year?
Mm-hmm.
And the Kings 4 games better. Now, no one is. These are not appropriate results for either team. By the way, maybe Pacers a longer term build. +4 isn't appropriate enough for the Sacramento Kings. 34 was probably the bare minimum of where they should have been at last year.
Yeah,
but everybody had something to say about the Sabonis Tyrese trade.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was reading something. It was Fred Katz's article because he was talking about trading the Donovan Mitchell stuff we were talking about earlier. Because he was talking about trading, the dangers of trading like Keegan Murray and Davion Mitchell, and how you just moved on from Tyrese Halliburton. And he put in parentheses, you're not worried about Tyrese Halliburton being good one day. Tyrese Halliburton's really good now, which I agree. I think Tyrese Halliburton is very good. But where's everyone who was killing this trade last year where you've got the Pacers worse and the Kings better.
Yeah.
I don't understand. I don't get it.
It's
I didn't get it then. I don't get it now.
It's not adding up. It's not adding up. So I don't know why people had to do all that. Like we said from the start, we really like Tyrese Halliburton here. He's a good ball player. The fit wasn't quite right, and this is a better fit having Sabonis in here. Then we saw Sabonis play. We love Sabonis. We love the way he played. You know, this is great for him. Doesn't mean that Tyrese was the problem or anything like that, or isn't going to do good in Indiana. He's going to be a really good ball player out there. I just don't understand why people had to talk about who won and then talk about where Tyrese is the future all NBA guy. I mean, you weren't saying that 2 weeks ago, like before the trade. You weren't saying that 2 weeks before the trade. Now all of a sudden you're an all NBA guy. Come on, man.
Well, Run DMG says, can't both teams win a trade? Absolutely. Yes. Both teams can win a trade. But if you're killing one team for making it, and then 6 months later, you're noting that they're better while the team that they traded with is worse, I'm confused.
Doesn't add up. Once again.
What a coinky-dink indeed.
Or once again,
isolating the sweet science of the sport.
Okay, we'll come back. Steeler and Casey here on ESPN 1320.
All right, let's try and have a
see if you can get through this, buddy. Come on, man, you got it.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I'm gonna talk about that later in the week because that's trash anyway. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meisters. Big ups to Ryan and the whole crew. Jovan, all my people over there at Meisters. Over the weekend, young phenom, up-and-coming prospect, Virgil Ortiz took care of business with a knockout of Michael McKinson in his bout over the weekend on Saturday night. I really like Virgil Ortiz. I think he's a hell of a fighter. I'm interested to see what's next for him. I know that there's reports that he's the number one contender for Terrence Crawford's. I think it's the WBO belt, or I can't remember if it's WBO or IBF, but whatever belt that Crawford has, he's a number one contender. And the thought is if Spence and Crawford falls through, which it looks like it's pretty close to being done, so we don't have to worry about that. But if it falls through, you could possibly see Terrence Crawford going up against Virgil Ortiz. I personally would love to see Virgil Ortiz going up against Boots Ennis. I've always said, since I saw these guys coming up a couple years ago, I said these two are next. They're on a collision course. I'd love to see that fight. Now, is it a little too soon for that fight? Understanding the business of boxing? Absolutely, I understand it. I understand it because you got two guys that could at one point be top 5 pound for pound, and you want to match them up right now with no belts on the line, with both of the undefeated records on the line, when you could hold them off for another 5 years or so, and that be an absolute mega fight for the sport of boxing. I understand the business of it all, but man, think about it. If you could get Boots versus Virgil Ortiz in a trilogy, oh man, now we talking. But I think Spence Crawford's supposed to happen, so I don't think you'll see either one of these two facing Spence or Crawford, and you don't find them facing each other. So Virgil Ortiz is probably going to take another nondescript opponent in his next fight. He's going to walk through him, and we're just going to continue to see the build of one of the great prospects in the game right now. I like Boots better, but Virgil Ortiz is the truth, and that's the 13th round. Sound crazy. We're gonna see. We're gonna see all this. We're gonna see all this. All right. We're gonna see all this. I think all y'all gonna be wrong. I know. I got it. I'm letting it, marinate a little bit before I get to talking about it, but we'll probably talk about that tomorrow. Yeah, man. I don't think he is either. I think Bud will give that boy some work. But Bud will give a lot of people work. It's not just him.
Got an email from Charlie. Kenny's got fan mail at the new building.
This is not true.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
I got it right here. It's from Charlie.
This is not true.
It's very true. I don't know why you think I'm making this up. Kenny has mail at Lava Ridge. Some looks like it might be from fans. It's in the mail room. Diana or someone there can show you where it's located. think I'm making this up. I don't even know. Like Charlie emailed this to me too. I got an email that said, "Hey, Kenny's got fan mail at our new building." I think I'm making this up. Charlie absolutely emailed me and said, "Thanks for having us over on Saturday." Blah 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 blah. Oh, by the way, Kenny has fan mail at Lava Ridge.
That's not even what that is, man. No, man.
I don't know.
It's probably just like telemarketers,
It's
man.
probably forwarded.
They're welcoming us to the neighborhood, and they give us like a free round of Top Golf or something like that. That's all it is.
Ain't nothing there for me.
Is there another Kenny in the office?
Nope. They won't allow it. They ain't gonna allow another Kenny. There's one Kenny and one Kenny only.
There's only be one Kenny. It's Ricky Hatton's old song. They were singing that song. They were singing that song when Ricky Hatton fought Floyd. They were singing that there can only be one Ricky Hatton. And they were singing it. And Floyd smacked his hands. Floyd smacked him up.
I don't know why that's making me laugh, but that's funny. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in on the phone lines. A couple of other notes here. We're talking about ESPN and their kind of projections of the Western Conference. Phoenix at number 1, 56-26, their projected record. Golden State
won 60 games last year, right?
They did 60, like six. Was it 64?
Yeah.
Golden State 55-27. Denver jumps to the 3 spot at 53-29. Memphis drops down a little bit, 51-31. The Clippers,
That's
top
my,
5.
That's my sleeper. I think they're going to be the number 1 seed in the West.
I'm with you. I can see that. I can absolutely see that. 50-32 Clippers projections right there, and then Dallas at 49-33. Those round out the 6 playoff teams.
They don't have Minnesota in there, huh?
Minnesota, they don't have making the jump. It is, well, same record. Dallas and Minnesota, same record. There is a formula to all of this that involves the people on their panel. They know Dallas finished percentage points ahead of Minnesota in our panel's projections, but 49-33, which I think is just a 3-game. Yeah, that's just plus 3 games for Minnesota. Rudy Gobert and all of your picks for the next decade were worth 3 games in this discussion.
If you're Minnesota, that can't happen. That can't happen. You can't do all that and be 3 games better and still in the play-in. Oof.
New Orleans, 8 spot, 43-39. Los Angeles, as we mentioned earlier, the Lakers, 42-40, followed by Portland, 35-47.
A lot of people,
the Kings at 11.
A lot of people talk about New Orleans. I know when we talk about like this, what the Kings got to do to get in and all this other stuff, and people are like, oh, "What about New Orleans? Like New Orleans, how are you going to contend with them? Zion coming back and all this other stuff." And as you see in those projections, I mean, they're in the play-in, they're above 500, but I don't know, what do people expect from New Orleans? Do they expect them to jump into the top 6? There's one thing that I think about that's a little sneaky that maybe they can figure it out. You have Willie Green there now, so maybe he has a different philosophy. But Ingram and Zion did not play well together.
Hmm.
They did not work when we saw them. A lot of it was they were kind of occupying the same space. I remember that was the talk about it, about like where they like to operate on the offensive end. And to get the most out of them, you had to have one on the bench. So like when Zion would go to the bench, that's when Brandon would start cooking, vice versa. When they were on there together, it was not smooth. Now, maybe that's something they're going to work out now. I mean, essentially 2 years older, a little bit more of an understanding. Like I said, different coach. But a lot of people are quick to be like, Zion's coming back and everything should be all good. Might not be a good thing because essentially Brandon Ingram was able to spread his wings without Zion there.
Of the teams that I think NBA fans have is solidified, or at least I mean, the 8th spot that's solidified as a play-in team in a past lifetime. That'd be a playoff spot. Pelicans are the ones I kind of gotta see it. I'm happy for Willie Green.
Me too.
The way that they finished the season. I'm curious to see Zion like everybody else, but it's like, all right, like let's start with a blank slate here. You're not going to get to carry over what I saw. Like we're starting with a blank slate in my evaluation of them. So they're the one that I can't put my finger on. The difficult part about this is you make proclamations of teams that you think will be better. Like I think what I would do if I were to make D'Lo's Western Conference predictions, I'd probably swap Minnesota and Dallas would drop into the play-in, and Minnesota would be in the playoffs. And I'd probably have Minnesota closer to – I'd have Minnesota – I say close. They're at 49 wins, for God's sakes. I'd have Minnesota above 50 wins. And Memphis probably down closer to the 49 range. Denver, I'm curious about too. Like Denver's just going to keep hitting on all cylinders also.
Yeah.
Getting Jokic, Jokic was phenomenal last year. And the year before, you just going to keep doing that? Okay. Because he had a workload last year.
The time is now for this Denver team, though.
Yeah.
This is it. Like you got Murray coming back, you got Porter Jr. coming back, and even if you don't, like if he can't go or play holes, now you got to question like what we're doing with him. Like is he ever going to get his back straight and be able to play? You got Jokic being a 2-time MVP. The time is now for them to rise and be a number 3 seed or something like that. And then if you don't have it now, I feel like changes have to be made, whether that's personnel, coaching, so they've got to find a way to make this work.
Well, the Michael Porter Jr. thing becomes difficult though, because if it is a continued injury issue, like what can you do?
You paid him.
I mean,
kind of stuck with him.
Yeah, right. Like it's not, you can't improve your team by moving him. You're just kind of stuck. But I do agree. I agree with the sentiment that the time is now for Denver. I'm not 100% confident it wasn't last year. Like with Jamal, like meaning like you needed Jamal around, like you needed to accomplish something last year. Like there's got to, I don't know. You're asking them to play at a really, really high level. Like again, and maybe they're that team. I mean, Golden State's done it. I mean, there's plenty of teams in the league who have played at a really high level for 4 or 5, 6, 7 years or whatever.
Yeah.
But Denver, in this sense, is ascending. Excuse me. And I don't know. I think I'm more sold on Minnesota than I am Denver. I'm gonna die on this Minnesota thing. I get it. Like I get why they did it, and I think it can work. I don't know that it's going to amount to playoff success or what type of playoff success it amounts to, but I might be tempted to pull Denver down a little bit further because I like the Clippers more than ESPN does, and I like Minnesota more than ESPN does.
So we sold on Memphis. Memphis is a lock.
No, I just said I'd pull Memphis down.
Oh, I thought I must have misheard you. I thought you said Denver.
Oh no, Denver. No, I said Memphis a couple of minutes ago. Like I'm tempted to swap Denver like out of the 3 and put Minnesota at the 3. Like I like Minnesota and LA more. But did you go to your point? Like I don't want to cut you off. Absolutely, I'm absolutely not sold on Minnesota. Absolutely not. I'm sorry, Memphis. I'm absolutely not sold on Memphis.
Yeah, I'm not either.
I'm irrationally sold on Minnesota.
And when I say that about Memphis, it's not to say, oh, they wouldn't make the playoffs or anything like that, or even,
No, I got you. You're talking about in comparison to last year.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you.
They fall back. I think that, and ESPN has them at like 4. I could see them at
so they're
5.
Yeah, they're sneaky. Yeah, they're sneaky -6 from last year.
Mm-hmm.
6 game or 5 games down. Excuse me. They're 5 games down from last year in this projection.
4 seed. So, yeah, I don't know, man. At Memphis, it's hard to say everything went right when Ja missed like 22 games or something like that. But
and it didn't hinder them.
Right. So that in a sense it did go right. Like they would lose their best player and nothing would happen. Matter of fact, they were better,
Which is still one of the stranger things that happened last year.
Yeah. So I'm not assuming that he gets hurt this year. I'm not saying Ja's going to get hurt this year, but I don't know. It just felt like everything went right for them last year. And they lost, they're losing JJJ for, at least the first half of the season. They're losing DeAnthony Melton as a backup point guard. I think he went to another team, right? I think he did.
I don't remember. Did he?
Sure he did.
Jesse says Philly.
That's right. Yeah. He did go to Philly. So they're losing that. I thought he was a pretty big piece to what they were doing. They're still going to be good. I just think they'll take a bit of a step back.
Yeah, I think your first the first way you laid it out was perfect. They're not falling off. They're not falling out. They're just falling down.
Mm-hmm.
Which I also wonder, because I wonder this type of stuff about like Phoenix and Golden State also.
Right.
Phoenix, they're 7-8 games different than last year, lower than last year, but still projected to be here in the one spot. You said, you have this team, correct me if I'm wrong, you have Phoenix still being good. Mm-hmm. You just don't see them succeeding in the postseason.
No, I don't think they're the favorites in the West.
Understood.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about the impact of, and perhaps this is a psychological impact of that Game 7. Well, you factor in, like you factor in that Game 7 also with the DeAndre Ayton stuff.
All right.
Like they didn't have a smooth off season, or at least it doesn't feel like they had a smooth off season. And outside of, just keeping DeAndre Ayton, I guess you're just running it back.
Mm-hmm.
Which, okay, is still a very good squad, but I wonder, where's DeAndre Ayton's head at? Where's the team collectively? Is their finger pointing after that blowout in the Western Conference Finals at home? Like, how does that all settle in here to start the season? How does that? And that's really more what I think about. I feel like if they start the season strong, they'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
But if they start the season slow, I'll wonder, they might be at each other's necks a little bit.
Yeah. When you look at a situation where Chris Paul, again, I know he went down for a little bit last year and they were able to do really well with him out. But, is he going to be able to play a full season at a high level? One of the reasons they were able to hold up while he was out was Cam Payne was playing really well. And Cam Payne fell off a cliff towards the end of the season. So does he regain the same mojo that he had during the season and the postseason before? Jay Crowder who is very integral to what they do. It feels like he should be on the downslide. I'm not projecting that on him. I hope he does. I don't have no problem with him.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like it seems like you've gotten the absolute best out of Jay Crowder in the last 2 years. Does that continue? So there's some question marks that Phoenix has that I don't think all of them are going to be answered in a positive light.
Okay.
To go along with what you talked about as well with Ayton and all the things there.
And that's where I think a team like the Clippers or Minnesota comes into play, where you can really swoop in there at the top of the conference if a team, because I think Golden State gets it. I think they know how to navigate an 82-game season. I think they know how to navigate an 82-game season, not get too high, not get too low. I think they know how to get through the regular season regardless of what their record is. The goal now at this point is probably to finish top 6. Mm-hmm. Anything else that matters or anything else that happens probably doesn't have as great a consequence as it does for a team who could be going to their first finals appearance or who is striving to go to their first finals appearance or even their second one.
Right.
Christian Wood, Jaden Harvey, JaVale McGee in Dallas. I don't like this is like a yearly tradition. I don't really love this Dallas team.
I don't either. I don't think that they are.
And this has nothing to do with Brunson either. Like Brunson was solid. I don't think losing Brunson is like the death of this team. I don't like them. I didn't particularly like them last year, so I was obviously wrong then. I might as well just continue my streak of being wrong about Dallas. I don't like this.
Yeah, I don't know how Christian Wood is going to do. He's a good ball player. He's a good offensive ball player. Is he the type of player that you would want playing next to Luka? I'm not sure. Marcus Andre in the chat, he brings up a good point that I wasn't lost on me either. Is Tim Hardaway Jr. will be back.
Mm-hmm.
He fills the role of Brunson if he can stay healthy. I always like Tim Hardaway Jr. I think he can play.
Very capable scorer.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I look at them as a team that will be around where they were last year, or they were
52,
fifth seed, I think. No, fourth seed. Fourth seed. I see them bringing around that level again. I don't think that they can rise any higher, and that's kind of the conundrum right now. Like I don't think they can move into that upper echelon and beat one of those top teams. Multiple of those top teams at least to get to an NBA Finals.
Phoenix, Golden State, Denver, Memphis, LA, Dallas. That's ESPN's. I think if it was mine, it would be shoot. It might be Golden State. I might go Golden State, Clippers, Minnesota, Phoenix, and then probably Denver and then Memphis. I think that's how Memphis I would do 6. It. Memphis 6.
Ooh, that's a fall from grace. I got the Clippers.
You got the Clippers at 1.
I got the Clippers at 1.
Okay.
Clippers at 1. I'll go Golden State 2, Phoenix 3. I'll go Denver 4. I'll go. Well, I'm debating on whether they're going Memphis 5 or 6, but maybe they are 6. I'll go Memphis 6, Dallas 5.
Memphis 6.
I'll be right there in line with you on that one.
Memphis 6, like Dallas 5. So
really tight.
So you don't buy Minnesota?
Nah. Not above those teams. They'll be in the play-in. They may even get into that top 6. I don't dispute that. I don't know if they'll be like higher than 4
though. Phoenix, LA, Memphis, Golden State, Denver, Dallas. That's what Pragmatic Pessimist has over on youtube.com/ESPN1320. Aldrin J says Clippers number 1, kind of crazy. but I like the John Wall pickup. It's definitely crazy to have the Clippers at number 1 or number 2. I love the John Wall pickup as also. I also, you talk about, the proverbial clock's ticking. Talk about that with Denver, like LA. Hey, yo, like tick tock, like y'all got to get something done. Yeah, y'all got to get something done here.
It's got to happen now, but at the same time, like they don't have any other moves, so they're locked into these guys for at least another 2-3 years. They don't have no draft picks. These guys are signed, so they locked in. But I think they'll be ready to go. I think Ty Lue and those boys, I think they're going to go for the gusto this regular season.
You sold, not sold. And let me not frame it as anything. What about the Lakers? 42-40 is the projection. They finished 33-49 last year. They've done essentially nothing other than Lonnie Walker. Russ is still there, and we all know Russ is the reason they lose. If you follow any one single Los Angeles Lakers beat writer or reporter, they'll tell you. And then the hope and prayer that Anthony Davis stays healthy. Yeah. By the way, at some point, you probably got to cross your fingers nothing happens to LeBron, too.
Yeah, there's that.
It's not exactly invincible.
You'd be down there with Houston or something like that happens.
That man averaged 30 points per game last year, and they finished with 33 wins.
That's the crazy thing about it. Like, you got the absolute, I wouldn't say the best, but you got a high level LeBron last year. And you were able to get 33 wins? Yeah. And what you're worried about is like a guy like Anthony Davis staying healthy. He's not going to stay healthy.
So let's invoke the old term that makes old angry sportscasters across the nation angry.
Oh.
By the way, did you see Ryan Clark tell Mad Dog, stop raising your voice at me? That was one of the
one more time.
Yeah, stop raising your voice at me. It's the last time I'm gonna tell you. And old boy's voice went down dramatically. Quickly.
Trying to say you said I voted for the Heisman. I'm telling you that.
Yeah, and why is he doing that? How come no producer is going, fam, lift your head up and look at the camera? He's like looking down. He's like looking almost like a teacher, like looking above his glasses, like, yo, lift your head up, man. You're on TV.
That's his style.
Whose idea was this?
Stephen A.'s.
Put that dude on television, man.
Stephen A.
Ryan Clark said, don't. You got one more time. Go out of your way. That clip is somewhere on Twitter. I was like, oh, this got my attention.
It did. The whole thing, the whole clip.
Yeah, so did I. I didn't even get what was happening. Like he kept talking. They were talking about like the best wide receivers in football, and Mad Dog kept talking about the Hall of Fame, and I was just confused. Like, talking about Cooper Kupp being the best wide receiver in the game. He's talking about like
they weren't even talking about Cooper Kupp.
What are you talking about?
Judging by
talking about Michael Thomas.
Yeah, they're like, can he reach that status again? And then all of a sudden, Mad Dog was like, Cooper Kupp, Hall of Famer.
What? What? R.I.P. to First Take.
Reminds me of, like I say all the time, that pops on the Wayans brothers. Michael Jackson was Puerto Rican.
Pertaining to Anthony Davis, use that term that makes people like Mad Dog and old angry sportscasters across the nation angry. Mm-hmm. You load manage this thing with Anthony Davis a little bit?
I feel like you have to.
Like plan rest. Like here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do, especially through the start of the season. If you have to make adjustments later in the season that you do, I know people hate. No, you can't be more critical of Anthony Davis than you already are. You've got the biggest name in broadcasting calling him street clothes. you might as well try to find some way to make sure that he's available for you if your team can get to the playoffs. Now, if you're either struggling with him or struggling in the games that he's not playing, you have other, obviously you have other adjustments to make, but maybe you take a cautionary approach to this with Anthony Davis.
I feel like you have to, man. I feel like you got to play it safe with Anthony Davis and not only preserve him for your season, but you got to think about, say they're comfortably in the play-in, 7 or something like that. Like, you got to make sure he's got enough in the tank to be effective in the playoffs. Like, you talk about ramp up, like, it feels like you got to know when to ramp him up during the season.
Yeah. We'll come back. There's still a lot we want to talk about. The phone lines are available for you, 916-349-1320. King signed Quin Cook. We'll talk about that, what that means for training camp, what that may potentially mean for the roster. Joe Tsai tweeted yesterday.
Wow.
It was interesting to see. We'll talk about that. And then a topic of conversation that came up late. I think it was only on the live stream. I think it was only on the video stream. The trade that never happened. DeMarcus Cousins to the Boston Celtics. Jesse mapped it all out. He laid it out. He is a Celtics guy. Went through the trade machine, so it's real. Yeah, it kind of sucks. We'll tell you what we discovered. Plus, we're gonna have to avoid we're gonna have to talk about the subject we've been avoiding all day long. One of the greats calling it quits. Talk about that when D'Lo and Casey return here on ESPN 1320.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, Will W., you weren't listening, buddy. You weren't listening. Gotta listen. Oh, man. He's like recovering. He had like shoulder. He had like shoulder surgery or something like that. PG-13 Kawhi Wall. I don't think Paul George and Kawhi are old. I mean, I think John Wall. I think they all got enough left in the tank. I think we forget when no, he did, but that's never mind. I never mind. I forgot what I was going to say. What else do we got in here? I'm guessing. Makes sense. Oh, wait, did they do that? Wait, did they do that last night? I did not watch it all last night. Oh, we're starting to lay this. Man, it's about time. That's the only thing in the world that would make Dominic interesting. Because oh, that's great. Let's see what's happening in our new building. We have electricians coming to work, shutting the power down. I'm starting to feel like are we sure that the end is there? That's the rumor. I don't feel like starting to get this feeling we're never going to be in that building. Feels like it's just taking forever. Like you have to be out of that building like in a couple weeks. Like you can't. But that would be so stupid to extend it. Like no, get over there. What are we doing? I told Joe when I saw him, like, I don't want you sitting in that big ass building by yourself for 4 hours a day or 6 hours a day. Like but that's what I mean. That gigantic fam, there could be people living in there. Like there could be people all over the place in that building. Nah, he's not there yet. He should be soon, but he's not there yet. I missed it, Mark. I'll try to watch it tonight. I did not see it. After Edge accidentally speared Dominic, Edge apologized, but Dominic wasn't. Okay. All right. We getting there. I like it. Okay. We getting there. I mean, it looks like Triple H is batting 1,000 so far. Yeah. Right. That's funny. That is funny. If y'all think I'm here to play with you. Oh, okay.
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, God damn it, I'm not.
Oh, man. Do you think these two like talk on the phone? Do you think Vince calls him? What the hell are you doing, pal? Did Triple H just hit the decline button? Does Triple H treat Vince like Chris Ainge treats us? 916-349-1320. If you want to be a part of the conversation, of course, you could jump in the chatty house as well. I know a lot of you are hanging out at work, letting us keep you company. Quite honestly, you're keeping us company, man. Well, we appreciate you so much. Serena Williams penned a lengthy essay for Vogue.com. Cover shoot, photo shoot, posted it on Twitter or posted it on IG with a lengthy post about her future. And she didn't use the word retirement at all in the article. She did say evolving. I know she used the word evolving or evolution. I think she said evolving past tennis or something along those lines, evolving, past the sport. And it gave a pretty clear indication that retirement is on the horizon, and it is very likely following the U.S. Open. She mentioned she's going to, again, it's not the way that it's written, but you read between the lines, and she says she's going to, savor the next few weeks and all of that. Well, you look at your calendar, the U.S. Open is right around the corner.
All right.
And so it at least as it appears right now, the U.S. Open might very well be Serena Williams' last tournament.
Oh, man, that's going to be tough. That's going to be tough, man. Serena, one of the greatest to ever do it in any sport, hands down, period. You talk about people like Serena, Tiger Woods. Golf will be fine. Golf will continue to be played. Tennis will continue to be played as well. We ain't never going to see nothing like those two. Never. And I'm not ready.
Yeah.
I'm not ready for Serena to go, man. And it's tough. I noticed it too, and I heard some other people talking about how she didn't say retirement. It feels like she couldn't bring herself to say retirement. And
she might not be sure. She might be Brett Favre in this joint. Like she doesn't want a Brett Favre, but she's like, maybe she's going to cut back. Maybe she's not going to do as much.
I was listening to
because let's quick question.
No,
be honest with us. She's one tie of tying Margaret Court. She ties her. She quits. You tied at 24 majors. You're done. A walk-off tie?
See how she's wired.
I'm not sure. I think there's a reason she didn't use retirement. And I think she didn't even say the US Open is her. She didn't say anything along those lines. You read it and you put pieces of the puzzle together. I think if she wins, maybe she goes for another one.
Let me ask you a question now, because I have my thoughts.
It's been a few years since she's won, but
how our guy Howard Bryant, I was listening to him earlier today. He was talking about it, and he said there's 3 ways that you can go out in sports. You can go out by getting beat, like you're not good enough, like they beat you out of the sport essentially. You can go out because your body fails you, or you can go out on top. And I'll ask you, which way do you think Serena goes out?
So here's the like she's not Tiger. Like she's not failing to qualify.
Right.
She's had
a first round exit
and that's fine. That happens. But but she also has like over the last she's lost in finals. Mm-hmm. She's lost in semifinals. Doesn't answer your question at all.
I think I got a feeling, I got a sense that Serena is the type that you're gonna have to beat her out. Like you're gonna have to another first
round exit. You mean?
Yeah, where she just
that type of thing.
Like where it's clear, like she just can't do it anymore. It reminds me a little bit. This isn't a perfect comparison, but it reminds me a little bit of Deontay Wilder. And when Deontay Wilder was going up against Tyson Fury, the second match, he was getting beat down and his corner stopped the fight.
Mm-hmm.
And he was furious. He fired the trainer that had been with him this whole time, all this other stuff. It was something he couldn't get over because his thing was, I want to go out on my shield.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go out like on my back, just you beat me down. And
time-honored tradition.
Yeah, and then some people are like, that's crazy. Just get out. Well, you can't, especially you talk about something like boxing, like just get out or whatever. But he fought Tyson in the third fight, and Tyson Fury ended up winning that fight, beat him again, knocked him out again, and it seemed like Wilder was able to accept that because he went out on his shield. I can accept it. He just beat me. I don't have nothing left. I can't do it. But I went out on my terms. I went out the way that I wanted to go. I went out fighting. I went out on my shield. And I feel like Serena, from the things that I hear, she's like, I'm gonna go out till I don't qualify. I'd much rather that than to just walk away from the sport. I think she'd go out.
The last time she was the number one golfer in the world? I mean, the number one tennis player in the world? 2015. She was number 2 in 2016. But yeah, it's been a while since she's been number 1. And just, I'll take a quick peek. The reason it stays in our head so much because in 2014, 2013, 2012 she was 3rd. 2011 she was a little further down, but yeah, it's been a while. I can't envision her. So to go back to your question, how do I think she goes out? I can't envision her winning the U.S. Open and walking away. If you were walking away at 25 instead of 24, 25 majors instead of 24, if you were walking out with the outright most, absolutely. That's the way you do it. You just gonna tie and leave?
So here's the thing that makes me think she would. Because I think in that piece she mentions something to the effect of, I wish I could be like Tom Brady and play that long. But she mentioned something, she's a mother, and she's like, my daughter wants a sibling.
Sure.
Time is now.
Yeah.
Like they're rich and it's a different society, but like
she's 40.
You got to do that now.
Yeah.
You can't say, well, even if she won the US Open, be like, all right, well, I'm coming back next year. Like window might be closed for what else you're talking about. Or it might be harder, or it might be more risky or anything like that. And I think if that's one of the reasons, I think she would walk away after winning the final US Open.
She's won 7 Australian Opens. 3 French Opens, 7 Wimbledons, and 6 U.S. Opens. Grand Slam Cup, Olympics in 2012. She's won all of those tournaments I just mentioned multiple times with her sister. For me, she is a top 5 athlete regardless of sport in this generation, and probably a top 3 athlete regardless of sport in this generation. I mean, my no-brainers right now are Serena and LeBron as like the top 2 athletes. You could get in discussions about Usain Bolt and, a variety of other people, but she was the absolute best at what she did for a very, very long time. And I did not think, what was it, 2000? How long ago was it? Let's see, 2017. It was when she won the Australian Open. That was major number 23. It's 2017.
The pure dominance by Serena Williams is one of the things I've never seen. To be that dominant. You talk about just the greatness or whatever. In LeBron, it's different. It's a team sport, all this other stuff. So it's a little different to be as dominant with winning. So there's that. But I mean, you talk about Serena, Tiger Woods, you mentioned Usain Bolt. Thinking about it right now, I'd throw Floyd Mayweather in that discussion of like just they are so far and away the best at what they do. It's almost
Michael Phelps. You only think about it 4 times a year, but
Michael Phelps, absolutely.
Once every 4 years, I mean.
Yeah, man. That's that's crazy. That's a trip. That is a trip. To just sit back and think about like I said, the dominance, man. That's what always gets me, is just for so long. And we're also talking about a sport in tennis where, typically these young ladies are done in they're old and finished, like their mid-20s.
Yeah.
And she's pushed this all the way to 40. Man.
It's bad. She's the best. She's the best. No doubt about it. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app. I know this will be the highest rated U.S. Open in a very, very long time, should she advance in that tournament. Hopefully there's no first round exits coming up for Serena, because I think that could be the situation that absolutely does mark the end. But it's just the beginning for Quin Cook, the newest member of your Sacramento Kings. Feels appropriate to segue from Serena Williams to Quin Cook.
For sure.
Quin Cook, another point guard that the Kings brought in. One thing that appears to be clear with the signing of Quin Cook is that there's going to be some battles here in training camp. No spots are going to be given out, not to Matthew Dellavedova. I don't know, like Quin Cook has Quin Cook has a history with Mike Brown too at Golden State, right?
Absolutely.
So there's no one has an edge on anyone else. I think it ultimately depends on what Mike Brown is looking for, what Monty McNair is looking for. I don't think there's a situation now where it's Okpala and Monecki. It's Okpala or Monecki. It's not a situation where it's Matthew Dellavedova and Quin Cook. It's a situation where it's Matthew Dellavedova or Quin Cook. And I think Quin Cook can offer a little bit more. I found this note. I don't remember who, Clutch Points. When you look at the free agent, the names that are out there, it's Carmelo. And then guards and centers. Isaiah, Colin Sexton, but his situation's a little bit different.
They didn't. Is he a free agent?
He's a restricted free agent.
Restricted free agent. Okay.
I mentioned Melo. Dennis Schroeder still hasn't signed with anyone. And then it's Trez, Boogie, and LaMarcus Aldridge.
Wow.
So it's like it's Carmelo, centers, and point guards. That's what it is.
Man. So yeah, I mean,
I really don't think there's anyone else for Sacramento to sign unless we're just gonna have like a point guard Royal Rumble in training camp, and they want to bring in Schroeder and Isaiah also.
The crazy thing about that is I thought about Schroeder too, and it was like, would I rather have them not have signed Delly and Quin Cook and just went and got Schroeder? Like, it's still a situation where he's probably gonna be a third point guard, and maybe he wouldn't be okay with that. Maybe
so Dennis Schroeder
might somewhere.
I think Trez is working through some stuff, if I remember correctly. Boogie, I don't know why someone wouldn't sign Boogie to come into a camp just to look at. I'm not sure. LaMarcus already retired. Just retire again. But Dennis Schroeder's a guy who I feel like is legit just kind of stuck right now. And if LA is able to do something, with Russ, maybe he finds his way back there. I feel like there's probably still a place where Dennis Schroeder can have a little bit more of an active role rather than a third point guard. But I feel like he's
a backup somewhere.
Yeah, I feel like he kind of has to wait out whether there's a Donovan thing or not, a Russell Westbrook thing or not, a Kyrie Irving thing or not. But he's got to wait. I think he's got to wait all of that stuff out.
Yeah. But Schroeder, I mean, yeah,
I don't think he's a bad ball player. He gets a bad rap because of, and understandably, like you can bet on yourself. This, when betting on yourself goes wrong, and in his situation, it just went terribly, terribly wrong. He's still a decent ball player. He just, that's your agent's fault, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. Jesse in the chat, who saw him when he was with the Celtics, he said he can still score. He don't pass much, but he can still ball in the bucket.
So that's the thing with a guy like Dennis Schroeder is you probably feel like, I feel like Quin Cook is a little bit more secure with who he is as a player. Certainly Matthew Dellavedova at this stage is secure with, who he is and where he's at. Dennis Schroeder's probably thinking, I'm still auditioning for other teams.
Yeah, but like how though, right? So if I was his agent, I bet the days of you possibly getting a $100 million contract or whatever you passed up, 40, 50, like that's done. Now auditioning for other teams looks like what people are asking Quin Cook and Matthew Dellavedova to do. Maybe in a little higher range where you're not a third guard, but now you need to show that, hey, I can be a good teammate. I could do what the coach is asking to do. I can get buckets if need be. Like, I'm not looking like I've got to be part of the solution here to make it in this league right now. Right now, where he's at, he shows that he just got it. I can be part of this whole thing. I can be part of your program, of your franchise. I think that's where he's at. He's kind of in an Isaiah Thomas situation.
Man,
I think
that's tough.
We always forget there's so much turnover in this league, or at least more than people realize, I think, right? Because Dennis Schroeder, that was what, 2 years ago, where he had that tough season with the Lakers and turned down the contract. Mm-hmm. And there's another 120 guys that didn't come into the league. You know what I mean? Yeah. Not to mention G League guys and, guys that got picked up after the draft or whatever. They're ready to move on. The league is ready to move on. They didn't found a new Dennis Schroeder. It's crazy. It really is.
I kind of feel like a point guard. Let me work this out of my head. A non-elite point guard is like a running back. You just feel like I can get anybody to do this. Like if my best player is a 3, or my best player is a wing, or my best player is probably not at the point guard position. I could get anybody to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think like running backs, well, what do we want to find someone who will work hard, and we want to find someone who's younger. And I think that's ultimately, what it is until you start venturing into the third point guard on a roster territory, which is, what the Kings just did by bringing in, I don't know. I don't remember how old Matthew Dellavedova is. Quin Cook is
3.
Okay. So Quin Cook is, that's the number that was sticking out in my head, but then Quin Cook is substantially younger. Like Quin Cook is 29.
Yeah.
That's a lot of basketball. That's a lot of basketball younger.
It is. And yeah, it's just, I don't know. I like what Delly brings to the table. I'm a little more partial to Quin Cook because of his shooting ability. Not that Delly can't shoot at all, but Quin Cook, he can fill it up, as a 3-point shooter. And I don't know. I just think that fits. I could see him providing a performance that could keep your team above water if you needed him to play for a week or something like that, a little better than what Delly could. But the killer is he's not that good of a defender. I don't know what he'd be able to give you on the defensive end. So I'd go with Cook right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, the good thing is they're going to have a chance to battle it out. Like they're going to have a chance to
brawl for it all.
I don't see a situation where they both make the roster. And I mean, who knows? Maybe they're shoot. Call Carmelo. Invite everybody. Invite all those guys we just named.
Tell James that. I'll mention that around James.
James is wrong. James is wrong about Carmelo Anthony.
I agree.
James is absolutely. Now, I was being completely tongue in cheek when I said that. The point I was going to make is they might not be done bringing guys in. These are obviously training camp signings, guys who will have a chance to make this roster. I can't imagine them bringing more in because I don't know where the other position battles would be unless you were talking about Kent Bazemore, unless it was legitimately a Carmelo Anthony situation. I don't care what y'all think. I like Carmelo Anthony.
I do too.
He's fine. I think Carmelo's aware. It may have taken a little bit longer than some people would prefer. I think Carmelo is very aware of where he's at in his NBA career.
He's ready to contribute and help a team. There goes your
Carmelo
boy.
Anthony.
There goes your boy. That's why he's banished.
Ooh.
It's
not my boy.
Washed.
It's not my boy. That's my buddy. That's my Shavano right there. Out here telling people his name's Cole. That man's name is Albert. Trying to up his script. Call me Cole. Like, no, bro, I'm gonna call you Albert. That's your name, Albert. See, that dude got more screen time today, boy, than I have. Man. 916-349-1320. If you want to get in here in the chatty house and make fun of Cole, you could do that too. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. Since we got a lot of freedom here in this final hour, Jess, you want to crack the mic there? We'll get to Josiah and the front office, supporting the front office and the coaching staff and everything that he tweeted yesterday and what the reaction to that was. But you want to we mentioned yesterday the DeMarcus Cousins trade, like DeMarcus. We were talking about landing spots for DeMarcus Cousins. And I feel like, the Clippers would work. Jesse was like, Boston would work. I was like, all right, Boston. I had been trying to get DeMarcus Cousins traded to Boston. Like if the Kings were going to do it, it was, get him to Boston. Like that's perfect.
I completely disagreed.
Okay, that's fine. You want to lay out, Jesse, the scenario we had yesterday when we figured DeMarcus Cousins could be traded in that time frame to the Boston Celtics? So Jaylen Brown was a rookie, right? So he would have been our Tyrese Halliburton acquisition.
Yep.
And what was the Brooklyn pick?
Wow. Wow.
Because remember, it doesn't matter what Boston would have done when DeMarcus got there because that wasn't the pick. It was Brooklyn's. It was Brooklyn's. And I don't know, maybe the Kings would have taken Markelle Fultz. Maybe the Kings would have taken Jason Tatum. Maybe they would have taken De'Aaron Fox at number 1. But they would have had the number 1 pick in the draft.
Man. And well, look, I'll say this: they probably would have took Markelle Fultz.
Yeah, that's weird. Like it's weird to like Mark. That was so weird.
It was
even in the moment. It was weird. It's really weird in hindsight, but in the moment, it was weird too.
I could believe it at the time, though.
I'd only watched him.
He was sick. He looked like the truth.
Wait, Markelle Fultz was Washington, right?
Mm-hmm. He looked
okay. I think all right. I think I was a little confused. Like, really? It's this dude. Okay. But I was believing everything. It's Markelle Fultz, and then it's everybody else. Like, there wasn't a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
It was his draft. Like, he was number 1. Like, that was it.
He was that dude in high school, and then he came into college and dominated the same way. Like that's what like had people freaking out. Like he went to high school. High school's high school. The AAU circuit, all this other stuff. But he was unguardable in college too. He looked like a completely different player than even what we saw in clips, what we see today. He looked completely different. He was so confident. He looked like D Rose. Looked like the second coming of D Rose.
Man, I don't think I watched enough film on Markelle Fultz. All I remember, he didn't make the tournament.
No,
that's not fair. They didn't make the tournament. The team was
terrible. I think they were like 500 or below. Terrible team.
And then what happened? Like he started shooting differently heading into the draft?
Yeah.
Or was it coming out of the draft?
I feel like it was going into the draft.
That's what I thought.
Where he had it was just the issues with he got with a bad shooting coach or something. And it just, oh my gosh. It just vetoed his career. Oh, that's right. They do have 5. So they'd have 1 and 5 instead of
5 and 10.
Hmm.
So you have Brown. You have Fultz. Do you take? Oh,
let me see.
You're probably taking like Josh Jackson. Well, Josh Jackson. I guess Josh would still be gone.
Right. He's gone.
Would you take Donovan?
You know who they'd probably take? This isn't any better. They'd probably take Jonathan Isaac, who went 6th.
Okay.
Yeah, they'd probably take Jonathan Isaac. You got Fultz at the point, Jalen at the 2. I don't know who the 3 would be. Isaac at the 4. Willie Cauley-Stein at the 5.
What was Danny Ainge's line that night? We were going to take the same player at 3. We would have taken the same player at 1 that we took at 3. Isn't that what he said?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I actually believe him. I believe they were going
to Danny Ainge. Jason Tatum was the number 1 pick in the draft.
Yeah. I believe him. They would have took Jason Tatum. There was a buddy of mine, my NBA guy actually, who during that whole lead up to that draft, he's like, yo, Tatum is the guy. That's who you need to be trying to take. Because there was a couple of mocks that had Tatum fall into the Kings. And I wanted De'Aaron. He's like, nah, De'Aaron's cool, but Tatum is that guy. And Tatum wasn't great at Duke. Like he was really good, but it felt like all the hype that he had coming in, he didn't really live up to the hype, so to speak. Towards the end of that season, it started to click for him and he started to play pretty well. But I remember, ironically, it was like him and Markel on the complete opposite ends of the spectrum. Like I didn't really like Tatum's shot or whatever. There was a hitch to it. And going into the draft, I remember he was working with somebody and I saw him shoot and he had fixed the hitch or whatever. And he was just draining stuff. He was a problem. I was like, yeah, I see him, but I don't really know. And sure enough, man, the rest is history. To the point where he had the belt.
There's a lot of sketchy stuff in this draft. Like, De'Aaron, Tatum, Bam, Donovan, all that. But like there's Jonathan Isaac, who you mentioned. Frank Ntilikina, Dennis Smith Jr., Zach Collins. Of course, Malik Monk went 11th. Luke Kennard is in here. Justin Jackson's top 15. I mean, Jarrett Allen's there at 22. Man.
Jackson, that was a miss. Dang.
Yeah, Justin Jackson's not in the league anymore, is he?
Oh, no.
I think he got one of the... But I feel like he got one of the 10 days that were being thrown around the league. I don't remember if that was last year or the year before. But I feel like Justin Jackson got one of the 10 days or maybe a couple of 10 days from people. But, yeah, I mean, out the league. Harry Giles, out the league.
Yeah.
Frank Mason. Am I bugging? Is everyone associated with the Kings from this draft except De'Aaron Fox out of the league?
Yep.
Hell, is Zach Collins in the league?
Barely.
Zach Collins.
Who he got?
I don't think Zach Collins is signed with anyone.
Was he a free agent after this past year? Might have been.
Yeah, he played with. Okay. Maybe he's with the Spurs.
Maybe.
I'm not sure.
Wilson in this draft.
Yeah. He is with the Spurs. Okay. Oh, damn. Really? Okay. Well, good for him. I like Zach Collins. I met him and talked to him at Summer League one time. The one time I went. He was great. Hey, he came over and did the show with the bad guys, and he was great.
After Harry Giles, this is tough, man. Jared Allen, OG Anunoby, Kyle Kuzma, Derek White, Josh Hart. Ouch.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Ouch.
Who was it? Frank Mason and who are the backcourt of the future? Mark my words.
I think it was Fox.
Who was it? Was it Frank Mason? I don't think it was Fox. Buddy. It was Buddy Hield and Frank Mason, the backcourt of the Kings' future. Mark my words. We brought that brother's tweet from years ago back. He's like, what is happening right now?
And he responded to me.
He did. Oh, he definitely did. He definitely did. Man, drafting is tough. Imagine that.
It's tough.
The trade for Boogie to Boston happens, and the Kings draft Markelle Fultz at 1 and Jonathan Isaac at 5.
Which means you guys probably don't draft Tatum. Oh, that's right. It was that pick. That's right.
So think about that for a second. But you do the trade for Boogie, and Boston doesn't have Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum.
Wow.
I'm going to guess they didn't go to the finals last year.
No. And we're going to assume, I'm also going to assume Isaiah Thomas and DeMarcus stay healthy. They stay healthy. I still think Tatum and Brown is a better combo.
You have a
well, they have Smart there too. So you're looking at
who?
Cousins, Smart, and Isaiah Thomas. That sound about right?
Yeah.
Good. That's pretty
And who was it? Cleveland? Was that the yeah.
Yeah, that's when Tatum dunked on LeBron.
Boogie, Isaiah, and Marcus Smart against that Cleveland team. I don't know. That's LeBron at the peak of his powers. I don't know.
Peak LeBron.
Boston might have gotten worse.
That's right.
Gordon Hayward's 5 minutes with the Boston Celtics that year. Ugh.
Wow.
Very literally the worst start to an NBA season in history.
Yeah.
916-349-1320. Chicago, what's happening?
Hey, Chicago.
What's up, fellas? Good to talk to y'all, man.
It's Joe Torre.
Is this Chicago for Board of Justice?
Heck no.
He's brushing his fade right now.
No, this the other Chicago. Remember I called and then somebody called right behind me and said the real Chicago. So shout out to the real Chicago, wherever he at.
No
but
doubt.
just a couple of quick notes, guys, and then we could debate after that. But so the other day, I listen to you guys 5 days a week. I'm at work, driving around Elk Grove, South Sac, everywhere all day. And the Deshaun Watson thing, listening to that intently. And I didn't really appreciate how you guys threw him under the bus, man, calling him a predator. So I just want to say that. And
okay, but to be fair, go ahead.
1 second, just 1 second. It's no criminal charges out of 25 women. The police would love to nail his butt if he seriously did anything predatory, whatever. And I just kind of equated that with like going to a strip club. You could go to a club, you pay, you can rub on a girl, this and that. But you can't go too far.
But go. Put him back up, Jesse. No. Chicago, no. That's not the same thing, man. What are we doing?
We don't know what he was doing.
Chicago. Chicago. One. This is why we put Deshaun Watson in a box, is because of conversations like this one. Two,
right.
I didn't call him a predator. I said he is exhibiting what appears to be predatory behavior.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you called him a predator.
How do you go to 60 different massage therapists, Chicago?
But what about a person that go to different strip clubs in every city he go to? Is that a predator?
Chicago, they're not the same.
They also
I don't know, though, but we don't know. We don't know the details of those cases.
What was the other thing you wanted to talk about?
Listen to y'all show. We don't know. We just hear what you guys tell us.
Chicago.
But if he ain't got no criminal charges, he got a big fat contract. I just didn't think that was right for you to say anything predator about him. Throwing a brother under the bus like that. That's all.
That's all right. You can disagree, and I'll give you the forum to say that you disagree. I still think you're wrong. I know there's something else you wanted to ask us about, so we're going to put Deshaun Watson's ass in a box and not talk about him anymore for reasons just exhibited right here. What else you got for us, Chicago?
Okay. So the next thing, KC, can you please consider switching up your Drake bars to Fab bars or some Ricky Rose bars? Because you got bars. Let's just hear another beat.
Some Ricky Rose bars. Appreciate you, Chicago.
Going nowhere. The beat is going nowhere, but maybe there might be some switch ups every now and then.
If we did Fab bars, we get Trista in here on the guest appearance.
Trista and Lil Zane.
Mm-hmm.
Her partner Lil Zane. The Drake bar. I don't know. The Drake bars are a staple right now. It's a staple. You can't switch them up. People love it. Yeah. I might this year's Drake bars might have the new Drake album.
Oh,
King's got the win on 3.
Chicago got me half fired up, boy.
No,
Hey, y'all can disagree. You'll always get the forum to say you disagree with what we said. I don't have a problem with that. But
I don't know if I called him a predator or not because I don't
I did. I said he exhibited predatory behavior, and
he come off like a sicko. Like I don't have no problem saying that. And if it comes out that he's completely exonerated and everything is wrong, I'll be the first one to be like, "Yo, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that." But I have everything that's been laid out in front of us. Come on, man. It's looking real sicko behaviorish.
I need to know if Chicago is actually Cleveland. I need to know if that's if that's my man who was at my house till 3:00 in the morning talking to Deshaun Watson about me. Because he said a lot of the same things.
No, man. Like
we'll come back.
Yeah. No.
We'll come back and we will not talk about Deshaun Watson. Joe Side tweeted.
Might.
Why? Why, Sway? Why?
Goodell speaking.
Oh. All right. Like right now?
He did.
Okay.
He put out a little statement. So
let's find out what Roger Goodell said. Yay. It's coming up next here on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, Raj is going for the gusto.
Oh, is he?
Allegedly.
Oh, okay, Raj. All right, Raj. What did Bobby tagged us? Oh, Bobby had
Buddha. I shouldn't even put this on the screen, but
come on, man. Come on, man. Oh, Bobby wrote an article about this. This is interesting. Oh, for real?
Oh, man.
Oh, man. Need to. Oh, boy. See if he says it a third time.
JY. How do I feel?
Hey, man, they really don't have nobody who works full time over there.
Really don't. It don't happen, man.
Shout out to homie Chris. I bet he's got today off.
He's just, he don't give a damn.
Oh, man. Y'all leave Chicago alone. Oh, man. Y'all leave Chicago alone. The city and the person. No, Steven. He's from Philadelphia. Stop it. Sorry. I don't really eat chips.
It's up there. It's up there for sure.
Okay. Man, I'm looking at Justin Hawk Bradshaw, a long blonde-haired Bradshaw. What month is this? March 96.
JBL?
Yeah. Well, I mean, clearly the one that won the title was better.
He just tiptoed the line a couple times.
Yeah, when he was hunting Mexicans at the border, like, yeah, that's how you could call that tiptoeing the line for sure. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yo, that thread was crazy. WWE.
See that.
WWE uncovers another $5 million in payments made in 2007 and 2009. But it's cool, Stephanie. Let's start another thank you, Vince chant. Bro, you spent about $15 million to step out on my mom. Thank you, Vince. Thank you, Vince.
I mean, she really did that. I really like when you told me about it because I didn't see it. I was like, for real?
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she did. She did.
This dude really just beat the hell out of the one-leg guy. Come on, man.
Zach Cowan. Well, there's that time that Diesel ripped off Mad Dog Vachon's leg and hit Shawn Michaels with it.
Oh, my God.
He had a fake leg and he ripped it off, and I think it was Shawn Michaels, and hit him with it.
Oh, man.
Got Kenny going down a rabbit hole over here on Twitter. It's all bad. It's all bad.
Man, why they have Brock doing that?
Brock was just tossing that kid all over the place.
Hey, let me ask you real quick. Do you think that they have to know. You think that the parents don't know sometimes in those situations?
Oh, no. No, I think they know. They're probably to a certain degree part of the show. Yeah, no, I'm sure they know. Jesse, for those, Jesse discovered a clip from probably early 2000s of Brock Lesnar and his original WWE run beating the absolute crap out of a wrestler named Zach Gowen, who had one leg. And he's literally just throwing the young man all over the place. And his parents are like sitting ringside.
As Gorilla Monsoon would say, tossing him around like a rag doll. The way he threw him off the post that one time looked like about to tear his ACL.
Yeah, Brock just destroys people. But that thread led to just a wild revelation of all of the stuff like Vince McMahon has booked in his time as the promoter. And there's, the Dominic for custody match. There's JBL was like patrolling the border one time. Like there's just like even by wrestling standards, the stuff is embarrassing. It's the stuff like if you're a wrestling fan and you're watching with other people, you just want to turn it off because you don't want them to know that you watch this.
And that's before we get into all the like women scenes that Vince McMahon had.
I mean, Tori, like every gorgeous woman in the time, like he made out with most of the time right in front of his wife. There's do-rag Vince. There is the time he said the N-word on television to John Cena in front of Booker T and Sharmell. Well, that's the character, Vince McMahon. That's not the man, Vince McMahon. That's the character. In any event,
that's but the craziest one I was going to say was Edge and Lita.
Oh yeah, and if you
come on,
there's a story that I believe Lita when she says it that Vince threatened to fire her if she didn't go through with it. 2, Lita really does not have any clothes on. And you don't have to look that hard to see it because Edge's clumsy ass moves the blanket a little bit too far one time. And, of course, Jerry Lawler's perverted ass can't help but, oh, my God. Yeah. It's, again, even by wrestling standards, terribly, terribly embarrassing.
I don't think I was around at that time. Like I had stepped away from wrestling for a little bit. When I came back and I saw that, I said, what?
Yeah. It was dubbed the live sex celebration.
Come on, man.
That's where the rated R superstar moniker came from.
I don't like that, but I like the rated R superstar. Don't like that. It's unnecessary.
As my partner mentioned before the break, as I was looking forward to not talking about Deshaun Watson anymore, he reminded us, you might need to. Chicago, if you're still listening, I'm about to read a quote from Roger Goodell. So I hope you call the league office with that same energy that you just called this radio show.
Call the league office.
Here,
I was listening to D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320, and I'd like to talk to Roger Goodell.
It'll work, Chicago. They'll put you right through. Here is what Roger Goodell said. We've seen the evidence. She was very clear about the evidence. She reinforced the evidence. There were multiple violations that were egregious, and it was predatory behavior. End quote. That is Roger Goodell. He also said, and I'm trying to find the exact way in which he framed it, but from what it looks like, he said specifically he wants a full year suspension for Deshaun Watson. This is so Roger. So if you recall when we were on, when we were talking, I think Jason Reed was on with us at the time, and we said Roger can oversee the process, or Roger can appoint someone to oversee it. He appointed someone. It's Peter Harvey, a former New Jersey attorney general. He's going to hear the appeal of Watson's suspension, and he'll make the ruling. He was appointed by Roger Goodell, who just said publicly that he wants a full year suspension for Deshaun Watson. What do you think is going to happen?
Full year suspension.
I mean, why are we even pretending? What? Like, I just don't understand. I guess you have to give the illusion of doing something, but like, why didn't Roger just the day? Nah. No.
Thanks for your help, Judge Robinson.
Yeah,
we got this.
Yeah, that's okay. It's 6 plus 11. Goodbye. There's nothing further to discuss. That's fine. Judge Sue Robinson suggests 6 games. Cool. We'll add 11 to that and call it a day. Thank you for your service. And keep it moving. Because that's all this just feels like a charade to me.
Yeah. Wow. So,
and if the man you appoint doesn't make it 17 games, then what's that mean?
Right. What's the point of that?
Like what is really there, and what grounds are we ruling on? Because we might be ruling on public perception. Hell, Roger Goodell might be ruling on public perception. But when you read the verdict, it's clear there, or not the verdict. When you read the judgment, it's very clear there is stuff that made Judge Sue Robinson like this isn't normal.
Right.
But she couldn't prove it. She could just use testimony and say, there's discrepancies here. There's discrepancies here. There's discrepancies here. Here's what that leads me to believe.
Right.
And she laid all of that out. And there's, for lack of a better term, there's no smoking gun, or analogy the NFL would understand. There's no bloody knife.
No. Goodness gracious.
Oh,
well, I mean, I'm not minimizing it, but now it's football, and I agree with you. I think Roger Goodell is going to get the year that he's looking for. Jimmy Garoppolo's back on the table if the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, has to be. I think they would have tried to have gone. I think they would have tried to have gone with Jacoby Brissett, or depending on what happens, still will go with Jacoby Brissett for 6 games. I don't think they want to go with Jacoby Brissett for 17. And I don't blame them for that. Like, a backup quarterback is supposed to do just that. Fill in. If you got to fill in for 2 weeks, if you got, was it Hasselbeck? Like, Matt Hasselbeck filled in for someone. I feel like it might have been Andrew. I feel like it was someone. I can't remember who it was. And he was great for like 4 weeks. And it was like, oh, no, you've got to finish the rest of the season. And then all of a sudden he wasn't great anymore. It was like,
that's the
good in short spurts.
The typical life of Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Bingo. Exactly.
He's good for
Dolphins legend, Jesse Ryan Fitzpatrick. Yeah.
And then, all right.
And everybody knows it's coming. Everybody just waits for it. Everybody just waits for it.
Yeah. So now here's the other question that I have for Cleveland. Do you, I don't know if it's their decision, maybe it's an NFLPA situation, I guess, but do you mess around with appealing that decision?
You can't. I don't think you can. I don't,
because remember that's the discussion we had before, where you start him week 1 because it's under appeal and you're trying to go to federal court and all this other stuff, and you're laid out. If you do that, then the year-long suspension gets pushed back.
Yeah,
you risk the run the risk of not having them at the start of next season either.
Yeah,
I've heard conflicting reports about whether or not they can appeal or not.
I feel like it changed in 2020, but let me attempt,
because I've heard both when I say conflict, and I'm not, and I've heard them from credible people. I'm not sure which is which, if they can appeal or they can't, because it's in the CBA. I don't know.
So this is fascinating. So the Attorney General that I just referenced will be doing nothing more than looking at the 15-page report that was filed by Judge Robinson. No new evidence is going to be allowed. He's literally just looking at the report. That wasn't what I set out to research, so forgive me. That just stood out. The union could challenge the appeal. Here you go. The union could challenge the appeal ruling in federal court, setting the stage for a prolonged fight. Both sides could still reach a settlement to avoid a lengthy battle. The NFLPA didn't immediately comment on the appeal. So there you go.
The other thing about the appeal is, like, things would be like a whole new trial. You'd be back open for everything that's going on. Everything that has gone on, excuse me. Bringing that back to light, as opposed to just taking your suspension and moving on.
That's tough. That's a tough.
That's
tough.
That's what I'm talking about.
So
Marcus brings it up,
but
would the NFLPA really want to have that fight? They're probably, like, he's gonna get suspended regardless. Nobody's gonna come out and say he shouldn't be suspended at all. They may just be like, oh, okay, well, maybe it's unlawful or it's unfair to suspend him for a year. He's still everything that we thought he was, or what was said in this thing. But it's unfair based on precedent to suspend him for a year. Let him play. Like, they're not even winning at that point. It's just the length of the suspension.
Yeah, that's what I mean. What's winning? A 6-game suspension?
That's the only one they could have. His name isn't getting cleared. He's not getting exonerated in any.
Well, that's the thing too. I can't help but think back to the Steve Harvey line from, I don't remember what it was from, but he was talking about OJ. He said, if you're innocent, act like you're innocent. OJ over here drawing pictures. He should have been throwing his hands up and doing all, like, if you innocent, act like you innocent. What did Deshaun Watson say after this verdict came out, after this ruling came out? Nothing. He didn't say nothing.
Say nothing.
He didn't step up and say, yo, this is BS. I didn't do any of this stuff.
All right.
What's Adam Schefter going on TV saying? Deshaun Watson maintains his innocence.
What?
Obviously not on the same page as the Haslams, who said, oh no, he's remorseful. Can't get on the same page. But Adam Schefter, speaking through Deshaun Watson's people, says he is adamant he hasn't done anything wrong, then quote Steve Harvey, then act like it. Act like it. Y'all gonna suspend me? Y'all gonna run my name through the mud? A year? 6 games? Kiss my ass, I quit. How about that?
Right.
No, because there's truth to this, and he knows there's truth to this. What there isn't, and this is why this is one of the many reasons this country is in the state that it's in. It's why women who are victims of this don't say anything, because you can't prove it. If your phone's not running to catch it, you can't prove it. Everybody keeps bringing up what's his name, the Patriots owner, Robert Kraft. I know no one likes to discuss this. That was on video. We forgot about that part because, God bless it, they never released it. That was on. Unless you got video, you can't prove it. It's why women don't come forward. And it's why guys like Deshaun Watson can stand up here and say, oh, I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything.
Yep.
The longer this goes on, the more I can't stand his ass. And I was a huge supporter. I love Deshaun Watson in Texas. I could have made an argument that Deshaun Watson was one of my favorite football players when he was with the Texans. And I like Cleveland. I can't. This is trash, man. This is trash.
The guy, he's displaying sicko behavior for sure. And then when you get to the fact that he continuously says he didn't do anything, doesn't have any issue, can't have any understanding of what he did at the very least. It's like, come on, man, this guy. You can't root for this cat.
Here's the other thing. Here's one last little piece I'll add to this. I think the thing from beginning, I think the whole thing stinks. And both of these things can be true. Deshaun Watson, which is sicko behavior, predatory behavior, that can all be true. I still think the way this whole thing started and the whole way that it's come about is a bit like it doesn't add up to me.
Facts.
Like but both can be true. The attorney and the Texans can be shady as hell. Deshaun Watson can be a predator. Both of those things can be absolutely true. And I'm at the point right now where I'm confident they are.
Bro, allegedly, they were in cahoots. The Texans and Deshaun Watson were in cahoots with this whole thing. That's why, in my opinion, the Texans shelled out, what, $30 million or something like that?
I know it was 30 lawsuits. I don't know if it was 30 million. No, it was 30 lawsuits.
I don't remember the actual.
I don't even think that wasn't disclosed.
Right.
I don't think that was disclosed.
The money. 30 lawsuits to make it all go away because they was in cahoots. They were providing this.
I guess I've never been in a situation where I've got money and someone sues me for something I didn't do. It's like, I don't know. I was this could take it. You know, there are people who admit to crimes they didn't do. You know what I mean? Like that stuff is normal and regular.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how I'd react if someone sued me for something I didn't do. I just can't imagine going, "Oh, we'll settle it."
Right.
But again, I'm not now worth $250 million.
Right.
I don't know. It's just hard for me. 23 of the 24 lawsuits have been settled. Okay. All the stories sound alike, but okay.
And even then, and really, to be honest with you, we're talking about like a legal thing right here, which to a certain degree, I know some of it is based on that. It's completely separate from what the NFL's got going on. The NFL has a code of conduct, and your behavior has violated that code of conduct, period.
Yeah.
Like that's what we're talking about right now. Let's just remove the whole should Deshaun go to jail or anything like that. I'm not even talking about that. You work for the NFL. We have an image you're trying to uphold. We have a code of conduct for our players. Your behavior is breaking that code of conduct, and you need to sit for a while. Like, that's what we're talking about right here.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch Roger Goodell. I'd actually like to hear him deliver this press conference or whatever it was. I guess this is news. It says breaking news. Sean McVay signed an extension. I say that curiously. I didn't realize he needed to.
Yeah, I saw that outside of breaking news. Right, it was just like, yeah, Sean McVay said that he signed a.
It's got a big break. I'm looking because I'm on ESPN's NFL site because I was looking at the Goodell stuff, and I went back to the homepage. McVay announces he signed an extension. I was like, was it like 5 months ago? It was 28 minutes ago. Like, all right, I just assumed after he turned down like $1 billion from Amazon, it was pretty clear homie was going to sign an extension.
Yeah. Well, congrats to Sean McVay. Niners will be looking to top you guys this year, to try to make sure they win the division. Don't look at make sure they win the division.
Sometimes I can just let Kenny bury himself by if I just sit here and be quiet. Just like, because he'll catch it himself now. And then he'll just start digging the hole deeper. At minimum. And he starts giggling like this.
Come on, man. Y'all just let me. Can I do my job? Can I just talk?
No, hey, didn't nobody say anything? You did that. You did that. You recognized what was gonna happen if you finish that sentence. Now, to be fair, you were right. That is exactly what happened. But everybody's in on the gag now.
Man, y'all just don't let me do my job. I'm just trying to talk and be a broadcast journalism, man. And you guys just stay.
For those who can't see, Kenny's wearing his own T-shirt, Kenny Caraway, Natural Born Heel, in the vein of the old NWO logo. I think a future DLoandKC.com T-shirt, which you can still go to, by the way, DLoandKC.com.
Absolutely.
Just a pause button, just like an old VCR, just a pause button. That's it.
On the back. Hey yo.
That's a great idea. Yeah, sophomore class.
I'm just trying to talk, man.
Hey, you're doing a good job talking, man. You're doing a great job. And y'all are doing a great job of hanging out with us. We really appreciate it. We will be back tomorrow. It'll be Wednesday. James Ham will be with us. And I mean, who are the Kings going to sign today? Got
Melo. Let's do it.
It's time.
Let's do it.
It's time. Monty, come on, man. Wes, we know you out there. Go get Melo. Bring him in. Let's have some fun this year. We'll have some fun tomorrow. Check out the D'Lo and KC podcast wherever you get podcasts from. Remember, Jesse can't eat if you don't download the podcast. And we'll be back here tomorrow at noon on ESPN 1320.
Okay, King Show. Melo signs with the Kings. Okay, King Show.
No.
Well, we're not connected. Like, because my headphones and stuff are still connected into the Comrex.
Oh, okay. So, Sean P's go for 5.
Yeah.
I'll hop out, create a new show. Can you send me his email address? Hold on. I might actually have it. Sean Parker.
Yeah.
Is that his?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
I actually don't know, but I think so.
I assume I have his email for business we communicated with in the past. Did I tell you the Dope Ones artwork got dropped off? The building getting hung up.
Okay.
Yeah, it's getting hung up over there. Pretty much. I got a text from the other boss who loved it and wanted to connect with Donnie, so that's good news for everyone. That was the whole point.
Very nice. Wait a minute. What the hell's going on here? Live from 1025's Instagram page. DJ Squints has your chance to score tickets to WrestleMania. Listen on your way home from work all week on the free Odyssey app.
WrestleMania. Let's head over. I guess I need to start reading those emails closer. WrestleMania. I do not see anything on ksfm.com about WrestleMania. Oh, there it is. WrestleMania is coming to SoFi Stadium.
Facts.
Yeah, we need to hit Diana up with a family 4-pack of tickets to WrestleMania.
Yeah. This seals it like we should be there regardless now at this point.
Yep. Actually, I should probably look at this a little closer. See if
we shouldn't even have to worry about nothing no more.
We are kind of a big deal. I don't know why our company doesn't treat us like, I just want to walk in. The Chatty House loves us. You guys know that, right? Let's see. 2 tickets to see WrestleMania on one day of the event, April 1st or 2nd. Okay. We're going to need tickets to see both days of WrestleMania.
Although, if it had to be one, Roman's fighting on Sunday.
Roman's definitely fighting on Sunday, and these seats are almost certainly in like a section that starts with like a number 5.
These seats are where the Clippers' new arena is going to be.
The total value per ticket is $125. So that tells me, let's take a quick peek here at what a $125 ticket for WrestleMania gets you.
Damien was going to watch WrestleMania in Seattle.
A little upset. I still should have done that. But yeah, let's see. WrestleMania night 1. Let's see what $125 gets you. Oh my gosh, this place is enormous.
Huge.
Let's see here.
So I don't know. I guess I just don't know how to read this thing. I'm not seeing it.
Let's see.
No, I was like in the 7th inning, I think. That was a great play.
So here we go. Nope, I got 150. This is in section 533.
Ooh.
Yeah. It could potentially be. Let me see if there is one. Yeah, it's definitely a section that starts with a 5. Absolutely.
We'll be watching that from Torrance, California.
$6,000 for the 4th row.
Come on, man.
$10,000 for a front row seat on the aisle. Where's the hard camera? Let's see. Aisle, hard camera. So here. Yep, 6,000, 4,000. That's the thing about WrestleMania is like if you're not on the floor, you're really, really far away. Because it's a stadium. Let's see what the first. This is a 2nd row, 3rd row, $750. In the lower in the first risers. This is night 1.
Right, Ramsey. 500 level. Bruh.
Oh, you can buy them together. Okay, I see that. Looks like a lot of people did that. What's that cost? $10,000. What's this one cost? A standard. So this is the first time I found a standard ticket on the floor without like all the official platinum. Get a lanyard. $1,200
For one night?
for both. Wait a sec. Check that. I believe it's for both.
I mean,
I don't know if you're. Yeah, I think so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think so.
so
you have to sit in a certain row to take the road chair with you.
that's a lot of money, but that's not that bad. When you talking about WrestleMania, the WrestleMania that you're talking about, like this is supposedly going to be. They've been waiting for this WrestleMania for like 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you're on the floor. It's not that bad. Both nights.
Yeah, it's not the worst, I guess. All right, we got to go because Kenny and I are back here like less than an hour. We appreciate y'all. We'll see you guys tomorrow at noon, man. Have a great rest.